the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes past the hour, and we thank you so much for choosing Rick and Bubba. And if for some reason you forgot to turn the dial and you're like, who's this? Hey, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang. Stay with us. We're going to have a good time together. We have got a lot to talk about today. Day 11. Hey, day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Another great gift will be selected from Santa Bubba, and we will give that puppy away. And getting reports from all of you that have won prior to day 11 about your gifts and how excited you are, sending us photos and everything else. So I think that's really cool that all of you are getting your gifts and ready for the holiday season. It's going to be a fun time. The Big Year Ender is tomorrow, so that means we'll have all the characters reading 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Kevin Dareberry will be here to sing some Christmas carols, so the staff will absolutely destroy them, but try our best to sing Christmas carols. We'll just have a fun zone. Gorosky stopping by. We'll see what's eating him. We got Gary bringing pies by. It's just going to be a fun zone Friday for the Big Year Ender. And then the guys take their Christmas and New Year's vacation. So the rest of the Good Time Gang will splinter in and kind of share responsibilities for the best ofs to get you to 2023. Their first day back will be January the 4th. So we'll have a good time together and looking forward to it. Let's bring everybody in as I lose my voice.
Hey.
Over to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys?
What happened over there? You got a frog in your
I
throat.
got a froggy in me.
Wow.
Man,
Right out the gate,
right out the gate.
I need to wish my lovely bride
Come on.
a happy anniversary.
Oh,
21 years.
wow.
21 years and counting.
How about that?
How about? I didn't realize y'all got married so close to Christmas. How was that? How do you split them up? Is it easy to kind of split up?
Well, it is a busy time of year. So we were even like last night. We tried to go have dinner, and you have 3 kids at home, and we both worked all day, and so that was kind of our. We had to pinpoint earlier in the week. We've talked about having to do this before.
Oh, yeah.
You're the master at this, which is great. I've learned
I don't know about that.
I've learned from you on this front, but you want to. It does, it lands today, and so it's a weird day. The kids are in the middle of finals, and we've got kids going to grandparents and kids doing this, and we got shows to do still, and then we got Christmas to plan for, and so it's So last night we had a nice dinner. We got out and about. We actually went. She's like, I'm wanting some sushi, and I said, well, let's go to the place up by the studio. And it was right next to, and
that video was precious.
And so
you sent the staff.
sent y'all a nice little video. Some things never change up there.
This is where Greg acts like he didn't see it.
I did see that.
Oh, you
How
did.
about that?
Look
What
at
in
you.
the world? It never was that bad.
It's same old.
That was incredible.
Yeah. So we had a good time.
Thought we had
Spent
an
an hour or so together doing that, and then went home back to reality. And but it was good. But happy anniversary, Boogaboo!
Awesome.
21 years.
Boogaboo.
How about that?
Boogaboo.
Can't believe she stayed with me that
Careful with that.
I know. Hey, Boogaboo. I know. You got to be real careful.
Well, I'm not going to RG3 yet.
Don't pull an RG3.
Well, I know. That's just him putting that in my mind.
It's
so.
gracious. But yeah, it's weird because when we got married, it made sense to have it in December because she graduated on a Friday night and we got married on a Saturday. So she graduated Friday. It was more like afternoon. We go to a dinner party slash wedding party slash rehearsal and then get married the next day. And so it was quite a busy weekend.
Yes,
but my parents were in Gadsden, hers were in Alabaster. But most people that were in the wedding were in Jacksonville, so we just got married in Jacksonville. So it made sense just to have everybody there.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
That's
happy
fun hearing
anniversary,
those
babe!
stories.
Love you, and how about that? It's been a long time.
It has.
Still just plugging away.
Yeah. Just living life together.
And I want to ask this question because we talked. You just brought it up. How do you manage all this in Christmas? And this is one of those questions. At what point do you start telling people? We always talk about how you stop saying Happy New Year's at a certain point. Greg, you say it goes on too long. I'll continue to tell people, I hope you have a good New Year, like at the 5th, 6th, or 7th of January. You stop. We've talked about this. But when is it too early to start telling people Merry Christmas? Are y'all there
Too
yet
early?
to where you're telling people now
It's a little
Merry
early.
Christmas?
It's a little early.
Because I'm starting, like I sent an email. I'm typing Brandon, a guy that sent me this link, wants me to check out something. He always
Let me look at the calendar.
Dude,
I'm telling him Merry Christmas in the email, and I'm like, is that too early?
Right now,
I think what you have to do.
And I did it a couple times yesterday.
No,
I think you and I are on the
here's
same
rules.
page here.
You have to say, "Hope you guys
There
have
you-
a Merry
that's
Christmas."
it.
Now, as it gets closer,
Yep.
or the day of, I'll even give you the day after.
Mm-hmm.
Then
So-
you're done with it.
so
Yeah.
but right now, I hope
that's-
y'all have a Merry Christmas.
You, my
Okay.
friend, we're on the same page there. That's what I'm saying. If I'm corresponding with anybody, it's hey, hope you have a great Christmas. Hope you have a a great
Don't
holiday
just go up to
season.
them and go, "Hey, Merry Christmas."
Well,
They're
you
going,
know, all
"Wait a
that kind
minute,
of stuff.
hey,
And then
what's
no-
the- did
And
I
then
miss
normally
packages?"
the week of, maybe Wednesday prior to Christmas, it'd be Merry Christmas. I mean, you're right there at it.
So how I ended when I would email people last week, I would say something like this. You guys are gonna make fun of this, but I would say something like, "Hope you're getting the Christmas season off to a good start." That was
That's a
last
lot of
week.
words.
That was
It is
last
a
week.
lot of
Okay.
little formal.
So this
Probably
this week,
just left it. It was so far away from Christmas. Then I wouldn't even
Yeah,
brought Christmas.
right.
this week, I would say what y'all just said to say. But now I'm starting to shorten it to just simply Merry Christmas,
I
and y'all
would-
are saying it's
at-
too early.
At
Yeah, it
least
is.
wait to
Okay.
the 21st.
hope you have
Okay.
hope you have a great Christmas.
So continue down that theme that I've been doing.
Yeah, and I'm a
Okay.
coach and stuff like that. Put that in there.
Yeah, but I don't know
Right.
if y'all seen my
World.
new haircut.
Hope you have a
stuff
great
like that.
Christmas.
By the way,
I wear hoodies and I'm a coach.
Yeah.
got in the
bullet
shower.
head.
Right.
Got in
and
the
my
shower
wife has
last
an
night.
anniversary, and I almost forgot.
Got in the shower last night, and my knee started burning, and I was
I
like,
bet.
"What in the world
I
is
bet when
going
that water
on?"
hit it.
And it reminded me that I had crawled across the room yesterday.
That's that industrial carpet.
And listen, it tore my knee up. I didn't realize it. I knew it was bleeding because I felt it sticking to my pants
Yeah.
throughout the rest of the show, but I didn't think, we're all tough, so we
Yeah.
don't think nothing about stuff like
Sure.
that. It ain't no big deal. So I go my entire day, I completely forget about it. We go to dinner, and I come home, shower, and it starts stinging. So then I'm laying there, and Amanda came in there. She goes, "What is wrong with your knee? What did you do?"
What'd you do? Slide into second?
You can't explain it. You can't explain it to her. So I just pulled it up on YouTube, and I said, "Watch this."
Yeah.
And she
it
said,
was
"What
almost
is
like a run
wrong?"
crawl. I mean, I don't know what that was,
Yeah.
but you got into that other room pretty quick. I was impressed. But did it bring you back to your childhood days
It
when
did.
you get your carpet burn on your knee or
Sure.
something?
Yeah, sure did. It was stinging.
Yeah, it was good. You know what? You had a
It's like
strawberry.
I slid into second.
You had a strawberry on there.
You got caught up in it. I love it. Try to explain that to somebody. Why's
that's
your knee? Well, I crawled real fast to the production room. What are you talking about? You crawled real fast. Yeah, that's kind of what I did. Okay.
Amanda said she was
On
really
all fours.
concerned because that wasn't planned. I just did it on the fly.
Oh,
She goes,
yeah.
"That's what concerns me."
Yeah, we can make you do anything.
Y'all really can.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
This holiday, let HelloFresh take the hassle out of dinner so you can spend more time celebrating the season with those you love. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door. And ingredients come pre-portioned, so that means less time spent in the kitchen. Plus, their festive eat seasonal recipes and holiday hosting essentials make entertaining a snap. Get 18 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at Untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast, roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Okay, we're back. It is 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and that's what we're doing. We're kicking things off for the guys. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show at the beginning of the next hour. It's day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Hard to believe it's here, but it is. If you're listening live, it is Thursday the 15th. The 16th is our big year ender. And when we say our big year ender, if you're new to the show, that's our last live, everybody's in studio show of the year. Rick and Bubba go on a 2-week vacation to get through Christmas and the New Year's, and then they're back January 4th of 2023. That sounds crazy. But the big year ender always has different celebrations. We've got Kevin Dareberry here to start the day off. He'll have his keyboard and mic and lead us in some staff Christmas carols and maybe perform a song or two. And then we've got What's Eating Scott Gorosky. He'll come in, share some of that. We'll have 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. We got the gift 12 to give away. We'll look up, and it'll be the end of the show before you know it. So looking forward to that, and then we'll kick off the best of time where the staff here splits up days and hosts best of shows. And so looking forward to it, and hope all of you have a great Christmas. See, that's how you say it. Hope you all have a great Christmas. And then Merry Christmas to
closer
the
And that's what I've been saying.
Hey, Merry
I've
Christmas.
got my
What? It's the
standard things
15th.
I'm pretty good with. I just wanted to know if I didn't need to just straight up Merry Christmas at this point. And y'all are telling me I shouldn't, and and that's fine.
I think it scares
can.
people. Makes them think that they
Scares
missed,
people.
Well, they feel like they've missed something.
Right, like
it's already Christmas. I thought we had to.
Right, like this weekend was Christmas.
Yeah. Oh my
It's
gosh.
like,
I gotta finish my shopping. I ain't even got my tree finished.
Help me. Something like that.
You're help me. By the way, catching up, I just sent a text to
I got thumbs
to an old friend that I probably shouldn't have texted, and I'm realizing he's a police officer around the area, and we hadn't caught up in a while. And my last thing to him was, maybe you'll pull me over one day soon so we can catch up. Probably don't want that. I don't know why I texted
You said
him.
that?
Yeah.
And then and Merry Christmas.
Maybe you can cuff me someday soon and we can have a conversation.
Greg, I didn't say that.
You can slam me against the car.
Maybe you can beat my ass with that baton.
Just what's wrong with you? Got caught up in it and forgot you were here. Hey, this is not that other story we were talking about from earlier.
Hey, maybe.
Maybe you can bang my head against the window and tell me you like it.
What's wrong with you two?
I'm sorry. We're good.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you can cram me in the back seat and tell me to shut up.
That's my last one for the year.
All right. No, what, buddy?
Greg.
We only got one show
Greg.
left. That's what I'm saying. Well, that's a big step.
I got the best of
Hey, buddy, thank you. Well, you going to cuss during the best of? Hey, what the?
That's my
buddy.
commitment, guys. I'm done for the year.
Okay, well, thank you for your commitment.
Wasn't ready for that.
I see that you got some more peanuts.
I do.
You got reloaded?
Thank you, Don Day.
Are you going to?
Don, well, he ended the year on a high note.
I noticed that Bubba came in on all your stash.
Yeah, I've got a plan for that.
Okay. You're going to have to stash some to get you to the best of.
Yeah, I know. Now I'll eat them all today and tomorrow.
Really, you can't.
I can't
like,
stop.
You can't pace yourself.
No, you ain't believe how many I've already eaten this morning.
You know, I've noticed
crazy.
something about me
I
that's
love
similar to what you're going through right
Look at
now.
my parched peanuts.
If I have something, I'll just tear it up. I can't pace myself.
no, I can't eat.
And it's like this one over here. When
If
it gets to drinks and stuff, he sips on them for an hour, and I'm like, I'd kill that in 2 seconds.
Oh,
You're over there just
eat,
sipping,
drink.
sipping,
I can't do
sipping.
And I'm mad at myself because we've discussed I can't even enjoy a meal because I'm done so fast. Really makes me mad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your commitment.
I mean,
trying to do better with one show left.
I was simply letting y'all
tough,
know.
man.
That is tough. Depends on how the shows go.
I mean, I'm just amazed at how quick that turned. I was just kind of telling y'all that I was catching up with a buddy and that I shouldn't say this. And
You're
then
sorry you brought it up.
next thing I know, you guys have me in the.
Well,
beat up
well,
by
I mean,
the
you're
officer.
sitting there, you're the one that said, "Man, hey, hope you pull me over soon so we can talk."
Well, that's as far as it really should
Get
have.
me in a choke.
The,
You know,
the
I'm at
place y'all
UAB
took
now.
it. The place y'all took it was pretty rough.
Well, we went a little far. I'll
And
give
we
you
do
that.
have that one story today we can't really get into.
Wow. what a
Oh,
story.
it's.
You know, I've heard some bad. I've even got a couple good stories. People had the microphones keyed on the radio, and you
Yeah.
don't realize it.
right.
And you're talking, everybody can hear
Look,
it. But
guys,
that one, Speedy showed us. Wow.
That's always been my biggest fear here is
that.
no, no. My biggest fear here is us leaving a microphone on.
And we have.
Oh,
and it's
yeah.
not.
And we have.
And we don't.
Yeah.
We don't. What is that?
It
even
ain't that
I don't know how
you're
that
like
got in
worried
there.
that you're going. It's just. Well,
Yeah.
what if I'm?
We act, as you could just see from 2 minutes ago, we act the same on air as we do off.
Right.
But it's just some of the stuff we're telling stories about what's going on our day with our family and wives and kids, and we don't give every single detail about that stuff. So we'll be sitting around here talking about that, and I'm always concerned that
Or if somebody's a bip and we're talking about that guy's a bip, then you.
Right,
that's
so-
always a possibility.
So
too.
we have a CD called "Hey You Broadcast."
Oh yeah.
And it's about Greg's story from the power company where somebody's got the radio key
Oh, yeah.
and they're just wearing somebody out
they're
that
boss
verbally that's just like I mean, they're just making fun of them, talking about them, and they're broadcasting
and
to everybody.
Their boss knows he's coming down the road at them with his hand out the window trying to tell them.
Yeah, so, hey, guys, y'all are broadcasting.
Reckon what that dumb blanket
right.
wants.
Just went on into what they think about that guy, too.
So, anyway, so
it
can happen.
We have a story today, if I could.
We do have one.
If I could, of a sheriff's deputy that keyed the mic for her radio.
And didn't know it.
Didn't know it while something else was going on, and that's I'll just leave it at that.
What I don't get is when
and I'll say this: the person, I guess the dispatcher, I don't know, is trying to say, "Hey, your mic's keyed. You're broadcasting."
But here's my point: how does because I can hear her saying that the operator, whatever they want to call him, the dispatch person. But how does she think if I've got the mic keyed, I can't hear you?
I don't know. I don't know how that works, but she's trying desperately.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah,
she's going,
like,
hot mic.
No, you're having a good time.
Oh, my goodness, hot mic. Holy moly,
right.
hot mic.
Holy moly. I've got another story here, and I'll just tease this here. We got
only good thing it eventually was going to end. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, you're something else. Yeah, it was. You just don't know how long.
Yeah.
Oh, my gracious.
I bet it felt like an eternity.
Okay,
I
felt like
what is wrong with you two today?
I felt like I had ended it, and then here he comes.
I tell you what, it'll end one day.
Huh?
Anyway.
I had it done.
Goodness gracious.
We'll come back. We'll talk about a Florida man.
Let's please do.
That if you ask to help for dinner, if you ask him to help you for dinner, you better watch out. Let me just say heads up. We got that. We have news out of Mississippi State that I guess it's not official, but everybody's reporting that like it is from reports coming out of Mississippi State football. We'll talk about that. We have a number of other things to talk about, plus questions from you, the audience. It is day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Rick and Bubba and Adler join us at the top of next hour for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba. The holidays are here. You can savor every moment with a little help from HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to the door, so you can skip that trip to the grocery store and spend more time celebrating this wonderful season with those you love. HelloFresh makes it easy to host a holiday meal or simply add some seasonal flavor to the the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes and crowd-pleasing quick meals. Whether you're hosting a holiday party or you're just stocking up on snacks, you'll find it all at HelloFresh. From quick breakfast to cheese boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. Kids loving, they're getting in on the cooking action too, and because all quality ingredients arrive pre-portioned, it's easy enough for them to help out. Plus, with over 35 weekly recipes to choose from, there's always something new to try. How about this? Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. And this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business at simplysafebubba.com. I got to tell you, I have Simply Safe. I love it. I've got the doorbell camera as well. I've got the cameras around the house. I've got it. I've got the setup.
Got it.
And I love it because when I'm not there, it's like I am. Because I get the notifications. I know what's going on. Heck, I even know when we have, like, deliveries, which, I mean, we're having a bunch, Terry. Let's pump the brakes a little bit.
There you go.
It's like every 30 minutes the doorbell camera is going off.
Tell me about it.
But anyway, at least I know, right? Look, property crimes like, package thieves, the front porch pirates, what do they call them? Burglaries. Porch pirates. Yeah, they're big. Did I tell y'all, by the way, did I tell you guys about the porch pirates that I busted on our street?
No.
Oh, I got to tell y'all that story.
Okay. Are you a policeman now?
Well, no. I was in the driveway walking back from getting mail.
You said, hey.
And I saw it happen.
Who goes there?
How'd you know it wasn't the people that live there?
Well, I'll tell you here in a second. Let me get through this. But anyway, simplysafebubba.com is where to go. They've got 24/7 professional monitoring. Agents use fast protection, protect technology, and industry exclusive where they can capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real so you can get priority police response. This is the whole home security system. You get priority police response, and simplysafebubba.com has got your back. 24/7 professional monitoring services cost under $1 today, $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. Plus, they even have hazard sensors, which I have that too, that can detect fire, flooding, frozen pipes, and more. This top-rated Simply Safe app, you can stay connected and control of your system even when you're not there, anytime, anywhere. You can arm, disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get aboard the Simply Safe award-winning system today by getting 20% off plus a free indoor security camera with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's 20% off plus a free indoor security camera. simplysafebubba.com. Go there today. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. All right, so I'll tell you what. I thought I said this. Maybe
I thought you did too, but I don't remember the details.
All right, I'll start.
Did you go, citizens arrest, citizens arrest?
I'll start and y'all just stop me. If I'm in it, just go, whoa, and then I'll stop.
I wish he would accuse the homeowners of stealing their own.
So
thing.
I've got a minivan coming down the road. I thought it was weird.
Is it a little suspicious?
The reason why is because they're driving really slow, and the whole time the passenger door is open.
I don't think I've heard this, by the way.
I hadn't either.
The passenger door is open, and they're stopping in front of every house with the door open.
Mm-hmm.
And
we hadn't heard this.
And I'm like, well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah,
and they're coming.
What's the deal?
They're coming down the road.
Maybe they're throwing packages out.
No, they're coming down the road, and then kind of going to the cul-de-sac and then going around, and then they come back by me, and they stop because my neighbor across the street had a box sitting on their front porch. And the driver looks over at me because I guess they couldn't see me when they were coming by because I was actually walking back from the post office. I mean, the mailbox.
Wow.
Good night.
That's a long walk.
To get mail from the post office. Anyway, and they see me. The driver sees me and starts screaming, "Hold on, no," and guns it. And the door hits the mailbox of the person across the street, and they start screaming at each other and close the door and take off.
Well, they should at least act like they're supposed to be there. That's not a very good crook.
And I run kind of back to the. You
ripped your shirt off
to the street, and I turned green at that point.
That's what you made.
And I run to the street and I look to see, can I get a license plate? What are they doing? Are they stopping again or whatever? And they were gone.
So they
were gone.
hit the mailbox.
Well, because he didn't give her time to close the door. Yeah, because they were riding with the door open, so they could just jump out and grab it. But. Anyway, you come to my house doing it, I'm gonna get you on camera because I got Simply Safe.
Hey, hero of the neighborhood.
Well, no, it just happened to be there, and I didn't really do anything special. I guess the guy just looked up. He saw because they were looking to the right, and then he looked over and saw me and was like, "Hey, we got to go."
What if you were
bald man?
What if you were a superhero and this was your deal? Like you were almost like the Iron Man of Porch Pirates. And so, for instance, you couldn't just let it go.
To it.
Like you could zip right in front of their car and come down, and you've changed colors and you've got this metal on and all this,
halt.
and you flip their car over and you force them to stay in the car until the police get there, and then you leave and nobody knows it's the Porch Pirate hero.
Where'd he go?
The PPH, that was you, and none of us knew it.
I didn't really. Besides being there and them seeing me, that's all I did because the guy realized, hey, we got a witness here, we got to go. But if I hadn't been there, they would have gone and grabbed the packages.
Yeah.
Doorbell cameras have changed that world completely.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is, and if you don't have one from Simply Safe, they're targeting you because that's the first thing they're looking for these days. Yeah. It really is.
I saw it was on Twitter or something. I can't remember what it was on. It was a guy, and he was legit. He was delivering the package. But when he bent over, his butt was right at the camera, and his pants were about halfway. He had about 8 inches of crack showing.
You love that.
And he bent over it, but then he gets up to walk off. Not only that's funny enough, then he slips and falls down the stairs.
Oh, my.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I watched it about 10 times.
That is funny.
But, I mean, he was setting the package down. His old butt was right in the camera. You'd have yelled at him.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know how sometimes you see something and your eyes are trying to go, okay, did they just come by here with the door open? Yeah. At first I thought they were, to y'all's point, I thought they were delivering something and they were just jumping out. But then I quickly realized they weren't. We tried last night. Terry and I did to get in the Christmas spirit. She said, I'm feeling Christmas. You can tell by the house that I'm in the Christmas spirit because we got it decorated like a winter wonderland.
Did y'all watch that movie I told you to watch?
Which one?
Merry Friggin' Christmas.
Yeah. No, I did not. But we did watch Surviving Christmas.
There's so many of those. Almost Christmas, Christmas. Right. I don't know which one.
But we tried, and I have a bone to pick with anybody that has seen it. And y'all kind of told me about it, but I realized something very quickly. And Terry, I think, is my running buddy with this, and that is I can't watch musicals. At all.
I don't like musicals.
At all, even if it's got people I like in it.
I can watch Grease. We should discuss this, but
yeah,
you tried to watch Spirited.
I tried.
I just don't get. They say when they brought it up, said there was a musical. I can't do it.
I tried so hard. Terry said, you know, I'm kind of in the Christmas spirit, but I'm really not. I need a Christmas movie to help. And we've been seeing Spirited. I came home bragging about y'all liking it and stuff. And so I'm like, you know, let's try it. And she's like, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. And they go in and it starts with them singing and everything, and we kind of look over at each other. And then when they're not singing, I'm like, okay, this is going to be good. And then they start singing again, and I'm like, oh, boy. And then JC
I don't even like musicals that are making fun of me.
Too much of it.
Yeah. And then JC comes in, one of his buddies. They've been at the gym, whatever, I don't know. And they come in and like, what are y'all watching? And it's like Ryan Reynolds singing and dancing on tables and stuff like that. And I got to tell you, we stopped at 20 minutes in and said, we're out. I couldn't watch it.
You stopped it a little quicker than I should have as far as
I stayed away. Man, I heard it was
my
musical.
interest.
I can't watch it.
But I was about 35 minutes in. I was like,
I forgot.
And I liked everybody in it, but I couldn't stay with it.
Same way.
Here's a show.
What's wrong with me?
This movie always made me feel weird anyway, and I'm talking about the original Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. It was on the other day. Forgot about all the singing in it, too. A lot of singing. A lot of it.
But when we were a kid and watched that, we were kids.
Yeah. I just, like I say, I've said it before, I can watch Grease because Grease has singing, but it also has a lot of dialogue.
Yeah, a lot.
Now, what's the one that had Wolverine in it?
Yeah, see, I couldn't watch
Good.
that.
It was
couldn't
nothing but singing the entire time.
Couldn't
Greatest show on earth.
Couldn't watch it.
The
Haven't watched it.
entire movie. I don't think there was one spoken word.
For some reason, I gave that a pass and finished it.
Am I wrong? Was there not one spoken word in the whole movie? I don't think there was.
No, there was.
None.
No. Well, I told Terry as we sat down to watch, she had made some soup. She's like, you know what? It's getting cooler, and I wanted to tell her it wasn't that cold.
Christmas, like I told you.
It wasn't that cold yet, but I said, okay, I'll give you this. It is cooling off. We had that front coming through the area last night. She said, hey, let's go soup and a Christmas movie. I was
soup
like, oh,
and
okay.
Sandwich.
And so we sat down, and I said, I got to warn you one thing. I heard in passing, I heard Helms and Rick talking. Because y'all two have seen it.
Yeah, but I never said I loved it.
Y'all said, let me finish.
Really
I
good.
said they did mention, but they could have a little too much singing. And I heard y'all saying that to each other like,
I marked it
all
off
right,
the
it's a
list,
little
man. I
bit
heard
too
that.
much. And I said, so, honey, I just got to prepare us for it. I don't know how I'm going to feel. And we sat down, and we just couldn't make it. So we went over to Ben Affleck.
That's funny.
And Surviving Christmas.
That's a funny one.
From 2004, y'all, and I was like, let's just go with something different.
I like that.
It is pretty funny.
It's really
and the guy that played The Sopranos, what's his name?
Tony Soprano.
Yeah, I don't know his real name.
He's funny. Just that
He's
character.
Dead. James
He is
Gandolfini or
That's
something
it.
weird
That's
like
it.
that.
That's it, Greg. Good. Well done.
And the wife in it is the mom in Home Alone, and and then she's in that.
She's funny.
She's in that.
She's in a lot of. She's been like Best in Show and all that.
Yeah, and she's also in the movie Blank Creek. I won't.
What is it?
Well, I can't say it.
It's not
Up
a movie.
Crap
It's a
Creek.
series.
It's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I wish you'd hit the wrong button.
Yeah, I know you do. You kind of in
It
that
just
mood.
come on out.
But it was good. It was good, and it was different.
So
I mean, we just didn't
the
default to
musical-
Elf or
the
anything.
musical
You know?
down.
I couldn't do it. Now, some of you, I'm sorry.
Maybe you just weren't mentally
y'all love it,
prepared.
and what that
Well,
guess what? We're just different. I mean, some of you might enjoy it. I just couldn't stay with
If
it.
Amanda would have stayed with it, I think I would have stayed. I think I would have just stayed with it and probably enjoyed it. But nobody cared about it other than me. Kids would even come in there going, "What are you?" Kind of like what JC.
You did a lot of musical theater in college.
Greg, right?
So we're just gonna keep.
I mean, a lot of people don't know that.
Right.
But
And there was some funny to it that Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds, they're not great singers. I mean, they can hold a note much better than I can, but they're trying.
Wait a minute.
But they're trying to sing. I was like, okay, I'll give this a little bit, and I thought, okay, look, they just started it with a song.
Yeah, there's not gonna be
hey,
that
you know
many
what?
songs.
We'll be fine. Let's settle in, and then there's another one. Oh, and now we got another one.
yeah, sit
And,
through it.
another one. I
And
think
you
we sent
hurried it
through.
up.
I think it was the fourth song, and we both said, "That's it.
That's it.
Let's
This
go."
isn't Grease. I'm out.
Yep.
So I'm a little upset with you, Helmsy, that you didn't give me a little bit more heads up on that.
I couldn't have been more clear with what I said.
I'm not sure. I don't think you said it. You didn't say it like
But if you told me, I would have not watched it.
You were not listening. I clearly said it.
If you would have come up to me and said, they sing a little too much.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You said who wants to hear that?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are here. Achieve gifting greatness when you give perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha steaks. Go to omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide. Plus, when you use code SIZZLE at checkout, you get an extra $40 off your order. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship curated special take the guesswork out of gifting packages right away. So beat the rush and be a holiday hero. Shop omahasteaks.com. Use promo code SIZZLE at checkout for that extra $40 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The Spirit of the Cowboy special.
Spirit comes from the soul. It's not something that happens to you. It's something that happens in you.
You take pride in yourself. You take pride in your brand.
It's hard work. It's perseverance. It's dedication. And it's preserving what's old and keeping it new.
The Spirit of the Cowboy is the last wild free thing left.
Boot Barn. Share the West.
Still looking for that perfect gift? Untuckit is having a huge 25% off sale site-wide and store-wide for a limited time only. Untuckit shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep them looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with a gift of our super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, and cozy sweaters. So don't miss your last chance to save 25% off right now at untuckit.com or your nearest Untuckit store for a limited time only. Untuckit, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs number 1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter? That's why now is the best time to secure your home with an award-winning home security system. Simply Safe is the home security system we recommend to everybody. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect TM technology to verify if the threat threat is real. Simply Safe has advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. 24/7 professional monitoring service, cost under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to happen today, day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas. So Santa Bubba will grab the gift today, and he's already teased. It's got to do with the DeWalt. So if you love tools and all that, just pay attention today. And of course, we got the $200 gift card from Dirt Road Gourmet, the best casseroles you could have. And we're getting emails from some of the winners that they've already gotten their stuff, and they're excited, they're pumped, and we hope all of you have a great Christmas. So yesterday afternoon, we talked about this, guys. The Mississippi State situation that's going on with Mike Leach. They actually yesterday afternoon announced that there's a date for his memorial. It's going to be Tuesday, December the 20th, at Humphrey Coliseum there on the campus of Mississippi State. It's open to the public. Doors open at 12 Central there at noon at Mississippi State. Mike Leach Memorial Service, Tuesday, December the 20th. At Humphrey Coliseum. It's going to be opening, the doors opening at 12 Central, and at 1 p.m. Central it will start, and it is open to the public as well. And so that was released, I guess, early afternoon. And then reports started surfacing about the next head coach, because it's one of those things where you want to be respectful because Mike Leach has just passed
when is
away.
too early in a situation
but you're in
like
the middle of
this.
recruiting.
Yeah.
Right.
You got a bowl game.
Right. And the team had announced, we're playing. First of all, we're playing at the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and there's a pirate ship at
Who are
the
they
end
playing?
of Illinois, Coach Bielema. And there's a pirate ship in the stadium. Why wouldn't we play? And that's a playoff. Mike Leach's love for Pirates.
Yeah.
But anyway, the team said, he would be upset if he was if we didn't play, and so they are to honor him, and so the defensive coordinator Zach Arnett has been named in charge of the team, during bowl preparations and this really tough time that they're going through. Within late afternoon, it started surfacing that, wait a minute, Coach Arnett, I think, is about to be named the next head coach, which is very understandable because if you're Mississippi State, you're in a really tough situation where you want to hold the program together, because this is obviously extremely devastating, not only for the players that are there, but the ones that they've recruited, all the assistant coaches and their families, everybody involved. So you're like, how do we hold this together as best we can? And there was talk of maybe naming Coach Arnett the new head coach, keeping the staff intact, and then maybe getting an OC that has Mike Leach type style, pulling them in, and that's the best case scenario to keep things moving in the right direction. Well, reports are coming out of Starkville that the defensive coordinator, Zach Arnett, will reportedly become the Bulldogs' new head coach after the death of Mike Leach. The parties have agreed to a 4-year contract, though it has not been signed yet by Arnett. ESPN is reporting this. The decision comes, as we talked about, after the death of Mike Leach, and just trying to figure out how do we keep this thing together and it doesn't just all fall apart, which we don't want to do that. The best way we can honor Mike Leach is to keep things moving in the right direction. So he was placed in charge of the program following Leach's hospitalization before the death, and now has been reportedly named the next head coach for seasons to come. And so we'll look for that to become like stamped and official today. But they'll play January the 2nd at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay, and they will play Illinois, and we'll see how that happens. But that's the breaking news. The players are 100% behind this decision, and I've seen what I've seen is that everybody says this is exactly what needed to happen. So apparently Zach Arnett is a very loved man in that area, and the players
he's ready, and
the players really like him.
It'll keep because the players, they don't know what they were going to do.
Right,
they're going to stay. So I don't think it's a bad decision at all.
Right, because you hear you hear different rumors about different things. I've heard that. I heard Dan Mullen was coming back. That was a funny response to the text yesterday. But I've heard different things about other schools trying to go after players and encouraging them to transfer over, which is sad that happens, but it does. And so I guess this is the best case scenario.
Show some stability. We go. This is the guy. You've got a relationship with him anyway.
That's it. Let's name it now, so rumors don't swirl and the players don't get nervous.
Yeah.
Hey, look, everybody, things are going to stay the same. We'll defensively, we got it together. We're holding the staff together. And then we're going to bring somebody in, or they might promote somebody within that understands Mike Leach's system. That was already – he was talking to somebody in the press box, so somebody's got it going on, or just bring somebody in with that same style. That way it fits our recruiting, and everything is continuing to move in the same direction. So that's kind of their mindset.
And when you have the situation not settled nowadays, you got to worry about recruiting, but you also got to worry about guys wanting to leave.
Oh yeah,
and it's so easy to leave. They'll go, well, we don't know what's going on. We're out of here.
That's
so
right.
this, I think is a pretty good call.
Especially if you go, all right, we Tuesday's the memorial service. Don't want to announce anything now, but then you got the break between then and January the 2nd. There could be a lot of nervousness around the program, and this, I think, really settles that and says everything's going to be okay. If you like it here and you like this staff and we recruited you and you've accepted it and you said you're coming, then we miss the man Mike Leach, but we're going to try to keep things moving like they are.
Yeah.
And so
that's
the coaches that recruited you are still going to be here.
Exactly. That's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. The main show will start. Adler is here. Rick is here. Bubba is here. Everybody's fired up for day 11 of the 12 working days of Christmas, and we thank you for being a part of it. Don't go anywhere. Don't want to miss the show today. Everybody's a little punchy, too, as you can tell.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right.
Did he ever go to class? Don't you have to go to class to be in the band too?
I think so.
Yeah, you don't have to go to class to play football, but you do have to be in the band.
It was just for like one game, and he played in halftime.
That was it. One game.
I think.
You ain't gonna keep Tommy Lee there.
You think Tommy Lee's gonna stay in college?
Now let's think about when you look at your life. Okay, you've got these two sons, and it sounds like the son was mad that he posted ugly pictures of the son's mama, his former wife.
Now the son has released a statement, unless he's just trying
That's a good one, by the way.
The son said he's devastated by the events. He said it was as a result of his father's alcoholism. He said, I've worked tirelessly, excuse me.
See, he's having a day too.
For an intervention, and it's incredibly upsetting it didn't happen. Basically, he said, I was trying to have an intervention, and then we got in a fight, and then he went, Tommy got on social media and started dogging him. So he said, basically, I'm coming back saying, hey, look, you're drunk, and I was trying to intervene because I want you to be sober, happy, and healthy. Now, Tommy Lee said that's not true. He said that he answered back. He said, I do have a few drinks here and there because I'm blank retired, enjoying my life. I worked 30-plus blank years, and I deserve it. You didn't arrange intervention. You barely spoke to me while you were here. So he says it wasn't intervention. The kid says it was, and that's what the fight was about.
And then this new fiance who sounds like a piece of work.
Yeah.
She
hey, who wanders into that mess at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, early on, you might go, well, I had no idea.
Somebody would set up a GoFundMe account.
Thank you.
Yeah.
By the way, guys,
she'll need one to get out of this.
Bubba, this is nothing. There were people willing to date OJ.
Oh,
I mean, OJ
he had
never
marriage offers in jail. Remember?
OJ never had a problem getting a date.
What about that other
so
guy?
This is not outlandish.
What about the other guy that convicted of killing his wife? And what was his name out in California? He's had a bunch of wedding marriage proposals.
You talking about Ted Bundy?
No, the other. What was his name?
Well, y'all. Hey, listen. Well, I don't know how you do it. It's going to be very complicated. I'm taking off Rick and Bubba do old men doing the show. I'm taking it off iTunes. I don't want anyone else to hear it because you're not going to get it anymore. You know what I mean? You're going to think, why did they put this bit on here? It's just, why are they talking about this? We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Rick and Bubba show getting toward the end of the Rick and Bubba year. It is another show. Tomorrow, the big year ender. Today, as tradition at this time of the show, we start with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour along all the Rick and Bubba platforms, and however you get the show, we're glad you're here. Make an extra effort today to get the live show. 2 gifts remain, and today it is gift number 11. And the 12 working days of Christmas, the big year-ender comes your way, Lord willing, tomorrow. Eddie Van Adler settled in for the YouTube experience. For those of you that watch us live and on the archive on the YouTube channel, we thank you for being with us. He also does a best of hour that we put on our podcast channel and our YouTube channel. He also provides that hour on Blaze TV and on terrestrial TV stations all over the country that carry that as well. So that's one option. There's the TuneIn app. That's a live streaming app. There's podcast archives every day that are audio only. And there are the boldest radio stations in America that make up the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. However you get us, we're glad that you're here. We're missing one. The silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick?
Yeah, buddy. Bubba, gift 11.
Gift 11 today. The 12 working days of Christmas are counting down, and boy, we got a good gift today. It's a big DeWalt tool pack kit of stuff, and you can just have a field day.
So we have Gregg Phillips on the show today. Nothing says Merry Christmas quite like being let out of jail.
Rick, it does. And we told Greg to watch those parking tickets.
We did.
Yeah, boy. Let me tell you. They'll catch up to you.
So Gregg Phillips will be with us today. We've interviewed him on the podcast. We've interviewed him on the show. He, of course, is in the Dinesh D'Souza film, 200 Mules?
2,000.
It says 200 here, but 2,000 Mules, it does.
Oh, no,
I thought there were 2,000 of them, not 200.
A zero.
Yeah, that's all right. Little typo there, but Burge felt that it wasn't right.
That's why to catch it.
Yeah, so anyway.
That's still a lot of mules.
That is a lot of mules. 2,000 is substantially more, but that is a lot.
Yeah.
So anyway, he was put in jail, as you may or may not know, and we'll ask him about that and his release. And, of course, he's part of the True the Vote bunch, and they have been identified by our government and attacked, and we'll talk about that. So that's on the program today. Michael and Amanda Helms.
Oh, wow, going right into it.
Well, just, big
right there.
big day for them.
How about that?
Anniversary today.
21.
20. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. So happy.
Kindest, most gentle, just soul goodness. You got to be. To put up with the storm that's Helmsy for 21 years.
Yeah,
but
so there it is.
Love you, honey. Boogaboo. And we went out to dinner last night.
You and old Bugaboo?
Yeah, Boogaboo.
Boogaboo.
Yeah.
It's not Bugaboo.
Look at there.
It's Boogaboo. Yeah, there's
Boogaboo.
RG3 to you.
Did y'all have a good meal?
We did.
Really?
We did.
We
shared some sushi, and we shared
how about that?
A little teriyaki chicken,
How about that?
a little rice and
Holly
vegetables.
Jolly.
I'll say this: we always split the soup and salad too. We both like that.
Okay.
But she was cold, so she was like, "Hey, I want the soup," and I just let her have it. Normally, I'd have said, "Save me a little bit of that. I like soup." But it was our anniversary, so I was like, well, today is our actual anniversary. We're celebrating.
Understood.
We'll be celebrating throughout the weekend as we get moments to do that.
Oh, look, when you still got kids running everywhere, you know what you say to each other? What night works for you to celebrate the anniversary, no matter what day we got married?
Yes.
I almost think she was testing me, too, because there had not
a
usually
test.
we get, and she may have just forgot, too. I don't know. But usually there's talk leading up to it. 6 days out. Hey, it's our anniversary next week. What are we going to do? And there's been zero conversation.
Yeah.
And so yesterday, I was waiting on her to bring it up, and then yesterday I texted her, and I'm like, because I didn't want to be look. We all get busy, and she's in the middle of a new job, and kids are in the middle of finals, and everything else going on. And so I texted her. I said, of course you forgot, but I do know tomorrow is our anniversary.
Don't tell me men never get that opportunity. It rarely happens.
I know. And so she was like, I knew you didn't forget. I'm busy too, and I didn't forget. I said, well, let's go tonight. Let's do something tonight.
There you go.
As I'm looking at our schedule, not a whole lot of cooperation there. So
come on, Boogie.
It was nice. Now the weather was great. Fantastic for that.
Well,
good night.
Can I say this though? That weather, we were fortunate, and a lot of people had a really tough time. We really just had an old dreary, nasty, rainy day.
Yeah.
Windy.
So sometimes that can actually be a great time to go spend a little time together.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, because it feels all snuggly.
It did.
You know,
it did.
Yeah.
It's funny that she wanted soup because that's what Terry wanted. Isn't that weird? Yeah. They wanted the soup. It's getting a little cold. I want soup.
The soup at the sushi place, it's just not. It's not really soup.
It's not. It's like a broth almost.
It's like the bath water from a chicken.
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean. It's, a chicken walk through it.
Well, I was thinking, Bubba, and I don't.
But it's good. I like it.
It is. Yeah.
I don't want to speak for you, but I think in this particular case, I don't have a whole lot of angst about that. I'm going to step out because I don't think I am.
Right.
I hear that Amanda for sure sound like maybe possibly Terry. But I think I can say that your wife and my wife have never had to make the decision on sharing the soup and salad. You know, it's a, hey, Rick, hey, Bubba, let's share a soup and salad. I don't think.
Not that one because Betty doesn't like sushi.
I don't think that's ever been uttered by my wife because she knows the thought of me sharing soup and salad. Yeah. She's like, I'm not even going to go down that road. They never get that opportunity.
We've shared a wedge.
It's never
before.
brought up in my house.
No. We've shared a wedge before, right? But not much.
Yeah, we're not food sharers. I don't think.
Well, I was just thinking about more that unfortunately I probably would not eat that little.
That's right. Yeah, she knows that. Yeah.
If Sherry brought up, let's share a soup and salad, she'd go, I bet that's not going in. You know, but it was precious and mild. Though, wasn't it?
You had a little snuggly.
Y'all had a little soup and salad and snuggly, and it's raining.
Well, there was plenty of teriyaki chicken and the sushi. Now the sushi roll she picked, I was like, when she said it, I'm like, I don't know that I like that one. But I loved it.
Not on your anniversary.
I loved it. It was some spicy tuna.
Hey, baby, it's cold outside. Hey, baby, it's raining outside.
And they miss us. We were over by the plaza and Teleport, and they miss us over there. Matter of fact, the owner of the restaurant they were in gave Amanda and I a gift and said, good to see y'all. We miss y'all.
Please
over
come back.
Here. Yeah.
I don't know how the restaurants that were close to the broadcast plaza are even still in business.
Yeah.
When we left,
well, they took a hit. I guarantee.
Let me tell you what we also had packed: money. Hey, their income went down when we left.
Yeah,
it did.
There were two places over there I know that had to have let at least one person go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a nice picture. I say they're taking care of all the water problems.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Couldn't believe it.
Wow,
that place will flood.
Water everywhere.
We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dallas this past weekend.
You know
Did you hear
what?
about that?
You know what? That I saw the story today in my prep, but I'm not familiar with it.
2,300 athletes were there, 2,600 coaches from 39 states and 9 countries. So it was a big cheerleading competition. I mean, really big.
That's your big one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. The bad news is they may have all been exposed to mumps.
What? The entire bunch?
So they'll take their mumps virus back to 39 states, 9 countries, on 2,300 athletes and 2,600 coaches.
How did they get exposed to the mumps?
Rick, they're not sure, but they all received a letter saying that they may have been exposed while they were at the competition, but they didn't give a lot of details of how or why that came about. So you go to Dallas, you have a great weekend, you have your competition. You know, you work for this your whole life. You get back home, somebody were winners, some people were losers, and you get a letter in the mail that says, "Hey, by the way, you may have been exposed to mumps."
Do you think exposing all of them to the mumps is the only thing that could have just taken the air out of the pep just a little bit?
Because you know
they were peppy.
It was a peppy bunch.
Right up to the mump show.
Right up to the mump show.
Mumps this, mumps
Do you
that.
remember when we were kids being
Mumps
afraid
this,
of the
mumps
mumps?
that,
Remember the legend of the mumps when you were little?
Oh,
I remember when we were little. You'd hear about mumps. I just thought this is the sound of it. Mumps.
What about when they talk about them dropping on you? You ever heard that tragic tale about the mumps dropping?
What do you mean?
Just keep on going.
What do you mean?
It won't just hit you right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think I got the mumps.
You know how you get real swollen here?
Yeah.
Well, they can drop.
What?
Yeah, you've heard that.
No, I haven't, Greg. Thanks a lot for putting that on me.
Syrup bucket.
Now,
You
Rick,
heard that.
according to the CDC,
Greg.
I'm just telling you.
mumps was almost eradicated in our country. Very few cases per year considering the population. But in 2010, it made a turn and started climbing back up again.
Dang it.
Most of us have been vaccinated against the mumps when we were a little kid. It says most people got a second MMR dose before the age of 6. But as time goes on, your resistance to the virus wanes. And now and they don't say this, but I can tell you that it's because of a lot of people coming into the country that are not
that's where I was
vaccinated.
going, brother. That's where I was headed.
As a matter of fact, there was there was a story out earlier this year we were looking at that had where some of these diseases that we all had been vaccinated for as kids, you had to have before you went to school. You remember all that, and where the outbreaks were, and it was very close to these holding facilities where people that had come into the country and was going to be deported were being held. And guys, that's just another reason that you have to have control of who's coming in and out of your country. Vaccinations work if everybody is vaccinated, but it only takes a few getting in unvaccinated that can put the whole population at risk again.
Do you think the way they told the cheerleaders was they started out with this? Guys, we got something we need y'all to know. Give me an M! M! Give me a U! Yeah! Give me an M! M! Give me a P! P! Give me an S! S! What do you got? Mom! What do you got? Mom! Exactly.
Oh, my gosh. So good.
On fire today.
And look, after it's over, when you say, "What have you got?" Mom says, "Exactly."
Exactly.
And that's our point. Every one of you do.
That means
All
somebody.
right,
had
I've
the
got
mumps.
mumps. What happens? I've got mumps. What happens? What happens to you if you got mumps now? Well, I mean, if you get it now, what's the big deal?
We got mumps. Yes, we do.
We got mumps. How about you?
Oh, that's good.
Hey, we got more. We got more.
right,
Ours
Rick.
is gone south.
All right, so the signs and symptoms that develop usually appear about 2 to 3 weeks after exposure. You're going to have swollen, painful salivary glands, as we just talked
Am
about.
I in trouble? Did you say
y'all-
salivary?
Hey,
I said salivary glands.
Y'all laugh,
Salivary
y'all laugh at me.
I
You
said
cannot let that
saliva.
go by.
Salivary.
Salivary.
No, the way
It's got an
Salivary. Salivary.
Would you do me a favor? All right, look at me. Come here. Come
we
here.
all got it. We all got it.
Come here.
today.
I'm not going to
Slap me.
I'm not going to slap you.
Slap me.
Picture when you slap me.
I'll slap you. Come here.
Picture this public service announcement.
Slap me.
Do you believe that you have challenges that would keep you from being in radio?
Would somebody hit me?
Oh, contraire, my friend. Let me point you to the Rick and Bubba show. We're from top to bottom. From top to bottom, it's an entire show that's been on the air for 24 years, run by people who have challenges.
I hate my kids had to hear that.
You think being unable to speak or use proper grammar would keep you from having a nationally syndicated radio show? Think again. 2 words, Rick and Bubba. 22 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. So tomorrow, the big year ender, the final show, live and everybody together for 2022. Hard to believe. The big year ender tomorrow, and of course, when we go on vacation, you'll get replays and best of shows, and Lord willing, back on January the 4th for our 29th anniversary. Oh my goodness. So we got a little bit to do, though. We got to finish today, gift number 11, and then tomorrow, as I said, the final gift. So, Bubba, it's good to be back with you guys because, a lot of times when you're talking shop and what we do for a living, you really don't, nobody can relate to it, like what I'm going to say next before we get into this update from Mississippi State. And I bet you that every guy in here will say, yeah, Burge, I know how that is. Now, nowhere else would that happen. If I was with other people that have regular jobs, I don't think they do this a lot. I just had that thing that happens the time of day that we get up and whatever. Just saw myself on the YouTube channel, and this is not the shirt I thought I had on. Have you ever had that happen? You look up and go, oh, is that the shirt I had on?
I'm just glad to have a shirt on.
I was like, when I was putting it on today in the dark, I didn't think that's what that was. I mean, I'm okay with this shirt, but it was just, how you have to adjust for just a minute and go, wow, that's not what I thought I had on. So I don't think people in other jobs experience that, do they? Do you ever
probably not?
You ever go by a mirror and go, "That's not what I thought I had on"? So anyway,
in my mind, I put a different shirt.
I'm fine with the shirt though, and Bubba's coming in here. He's.
At least y'all didn't match.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something.
The big tomato.
We almost matched because I thought I had a shirt on that was a different color, and it would have been more matchy. Yeah. But look at us! Look how Christmas we are. You're red, I'm green.
Yeah.
Is this green?
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
The forest type.
It's a dark kind of green.
You're red, I'm green. I'm coming in tomorrow full blown Christmassy lumberjack.
You're rubber, I'm glue.
I was going to wear my "Are You Serious" Clark T-shirt, but I think it's going to be too cold for that tomorrow.
It's going to be a little chilly, isn't it?
Ooh, it's going to be chilly.
And it's going to be chilly where we live all the way through Christmas, which is weird.
Chilly.
It is.
Well, that's good. That's a good time for it to be cold.
I like that. I don't like hot this time of year because it makes me feel that
hot Christmas. Thumbs
well,
down.
when you're here, and I'll go another thing, even though I'm not really a weather weenie. When I know that December here stays hot, I know trouble's coming.
Yeah.
I don't like hot weather in December.
No, it ain't good.
Hey, trouble's coming.
Trouble's out
you
there.
Get a
Russell
little,
Street.
If you don't believe that, ask everybody yesterday who still had the unstable hot air. They didn't do well. Those of us where it already got a little cooler, we did fine. So, Bubba, Mississippi State obviously has been a big topic. We have Speedy tied there. Big Love graduated from there, and we've had a good relationship with them. Span went to school there.
One of our longest running affiliates.
Yeah, one of our longest running affiliates there. And then we had the death of Coach Leach, and everybody's like, all right, so what? Now they got a coaching vacancy. I mean, you hate to go to that real quick.
Yeah,
but they do.
Yeah, and it's a critical time. It looks like though Mississippi State has made a move to fill that. Zach Arnett reportedly will become the Bulldogs' new head coach. He is the defensive coordinator. And he also was the one that was put in charge of the program when Coach Leach passed away. Parties have agreed to a 4-year contract, though it has not been signed yet by Arnett, according to ESPN.
Yeah.
I think that's probably just a paperwork process.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know anything about him other than what I've seen, but it sounds like he has a great relationship with the players and is liked and respected and so hopefully for Mississippi State, this will bring some stability.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Mississippi State's getting ready for a bowl game against Illinois on January 2nd at Raymond James Stadium, home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
It's only fitting they got a pirate ship in the stadium.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of like Coach Leach will still be there. Yeah. The school wants to give the players a strong leader who will help them through the grieving process and give them stability, according to Mississippi State.
And the university announced yesterday that Mike Leach's memorial service will be at Humphrey Coliseum Tuesday, December 20th at 1 p.m. It's open to the public and doors open at 12 noon.
So there you go. And I know I saw people already putting out that they'll wear the pirate flag on their helmets for the bowl game. They got like a tribute uniform they're going to wear. So I saw that.
And I saw Texas Tech put something on their helmet and some of his old coaching jobs. They were going to recognize him with some symbol on the helmet or something like that. But I agree with you guys, and that's kind of what we mentioned the kickoff hour. I think this is the best move just to hold things together, because there was a lot of nervousness with the program on what do we do now, and I think
recruiting
this really,
guys want whether they're going to transfer out. You got to look at that nowadays. Not only the people you're bringing in, the people you're trying to keep stay.
Yeah. Well, the Vultures, no matter how sad the situation is, if they think that a program has gone unstable over a firing or like this, a death, they're coming after the players you got.
Yep.
And, and they can leave.
Yeah.
So that makes it, as you said, more important to bring some stability to the program. And you better find somebody that can do something, that can do the air raid, because that's what you've recruited for.
Yeah, that's right.
If not, you're going to have to go through that awkward year where your offense is not good.
Right,
I've been through that before.
Yeah.
Watching Mike Leach call the play in, it's funny because, there's some sophisticated signaling. Some people just use the number, your number system. But you watch him, and it's so simplistic what he does. Have you seen Rick? Like he would look over and he'd go,
right, yeah.
And
he just has that one card,
and
he's got like an index card.
A tiny little thing.
But I think, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, you know more about this than I do since you have a son coaching, but isn't that a lot of times you don't need a whole lot more than that, because they're basically only running a handful of plays, but they have all kinds of variations off of it.
Yeah.
And you
different personnel.
Yeah, and then you just those signals are just for what variation we're going to run.
I heard a lot of people talking, that had played against him, talking about their offense, that it's a lot like trying to stop the triple option.
Yeah.
They said it's very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, just throwing it.
Yeah.
It's almost like a long lateral to some of them.
You got to play your assignment.
Well, that's one reason the Eagles are successful right now. They're just basically running a triple option with a pass in there instead of a pitch.
And they got one at quarterback that can tote it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can.
That
Turn
helps.
it up.
That helps. I've seen a lot of great players that can run it, but Hurts' strength in his legs, it's really quite remarkable. He's real strong there in the lower body.
He can run.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that means more than just two people.
Yes, it does. Bubba was wondering why we didn't jump on him, because we thought he was right.
We're like, hey, what's everybody on speed?
What's the big deal?
Yeah. 2 bits, 4 bits.
Now, what was funny
6 bits,
because
dollar. Everybody with money stand up and holler. Hey, hey! So are you
Got lost appetite too?
Can we? But that's not what I'm asking you. Am I? Can I? What is it? Just a simple? Oh, I got mumps treated. I'm done. What happens to me? Modern day mumps. I don't know about.
Good, Rick.
Well, we hadn't had it so long, Rick. I really don't know what it does. But it sounds bad.
What I'm talking about, if I go today and my throat's sore and somebody says strep, I go, oh, good.
What's worse?
I get a shot and I'm okay.
What's worse, mumps or flu?
I got to go mumps.
I would. I would.
I don't know.
But I don't know.
I don't know about people dying from mumps.
That's true. Well, that's my question.
That's what he's asking.
You
That's
go
what he's
deaf.
asking. I don't know.
We got the mumps.
Well, that's a pretty big deal.
want to
that mump.
I don't know many
here it
people
is.
go deaf
Here-
from flu.
Salivary.
No.
Salivary.
I know. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right, listen.
Back to speech therapy.
Why won't anybody hit me?
I will.
There's a day where I would have.
You want me to get Tommy Lee's son? He can handle it.
Yeah, he'll punch you right in the face.
All right, listen to this. In an adult, the infection is incurable and can lead to devastating health concerns.
Told you.
Sufferers have lost hearing, become infertile, and had swollen brains from it.
The fertile part's what I was telling you about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
you
what
didn't
you
quite
were
say it like
You said
that.
syrup bucket, but I know what you mean now.
Typical symptoms include puffy cheeks, swollen glands, headaches, fever, chills, fatigue, muscle aches, and a lack of appetite.
Is it like everything else?
I guess I'm okay at this point.
A lot of this stuff.
good,
Is it like everything else? You get this. I don't know. You got the puffy cheek. Yeah, but the
Sufferers have described feeling pain in their stomach, neck, pelvis, and lower regions.
Yeah.
So we're on Greg again.
Yeah, if they vaccinated an entire country against it, it's worse than the flu.
That's a good point.
Wow. They wouldn't have done that.
Mic drop.
Yeah. Drop that mic. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we're excited about a new movie that is coming out, and you and I have had the opportunity to already have a sneak preview, but we saw it prior to the final product.
The final cut.
The final cut, and it is John and Andy Irwin. They've been with us many times. Andy, are you wanting to be called Andrew now that you've had a few hit movies?
Andrew's my artist name. So.
That's your artist name.
It's just when John's mad at you.
Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, that's when we're in trouble.
Andrew Lord Irwin.
It's Sir Andrew.
I like
it's Sir Andrew, please.
I'm the master of the King's English.
Only.
Yes.
That's funny.
What it will be like.
The movie is called I Can Only Imagine, coming to theaters Friday, March 16th. This is the same team that brought us Mom's Night Out, Woodlawn, October Baby, and they worked on many other projects, but those have been the big ones that they've put together. And now here comes another one, I Can Only Imagine. It will be everywhere coming up on March the 16th. And we have a special Rick and Bubba showing. And we're giving out tickets on various shows. If you're in the golden ticket seats today, you'll get that. We'll be at the AMC Summit 16 in Birmingham, Alabama, Friday, March 16th for a 7:30 showing. So it'll be packed out with Rick and Bubba people. So keep in mind, if you're at another theater near that our people will be in the theater completely from top to bottom.
Awesome.
I can only imagine what it will be like.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. John and Andrew Irwin are here with us today. John, co-writer, co-director, Andy, co-director and co-editor of I Can Only Imagine. They've been here a couple of times. We love the work that these men do and the people who work with them. This one is the story behind the biggest selling Christian song of all time, I Can Only Imagine, and it is an incredible story. Let's look at the trailer, and then we'll tell you a couple of other really cool stories behind the scenes involving this movie. So here it is.
It's an amazing song.
Just kind of happened. Took about 10 minutes, I guess.
Bart, you didn't write this song in 10 minutes. It took a lifetime. How'd you do this?
You know, I've never told anybody my story. When I was 11 years old, life was tough.
Where's Mama?
She's gone. She don't want me no more. And she don't want you neither.
And I've always loved music. And I found some songs that I held on to. They gave me hope.
Mercy me, that can't be his real voice.
Because I needed it. Dad, I can do this.
No, you can't. And you're going to blink your eyes and you're going to realize that life has gotten you nowhere because you chased some stupid dream.
I can't start another day without him.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so let's, a lot of us right now are thinking Christmas shopping. But then we also know we're facing an economy and inflation, and everything costs more. But can we encourage you to go take a look at mystore.com? Mystore.com, Lindell and his company, they realize that Amazon.com has built a monopoly, and they may not let you in. But there's a lot of entrepreneurs out there with incredible products and their incredible gift ideas that Lindell said, let's build our own online store called mystore.com, and you'll find some great gift ideas there. Their Delicious My Coffee is just one option. We also have, the 14-in-1 bionic wrench. We've talked about that. The Ignite Fire Starter, Bleed Stop. But there's all kinds of stuff there. There's U.S. flags, there's pet products, there's candy and snack foods for your gatherings, there's kids' toys and games, items for the kitchen, the garden, the patio, beauty products, automotive products, clothing, books, I mean, you name it. So go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba, and you'll save on anything that you buy from mystore.com. So, yes, there are other choices, and there are products that you might want to check on that would make incredible gifts. So go to mystore.com, use the code Bubba, and save today. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So we're finishing up, and we'll continue to talk about this, but finishing up on this, that spawned a choir to sing. Yep. Finishing up on this, this is a quote that a lot of people have been talking about, and we actually played this this interview a while back. It's not new. This is actually when he was at Washington State. And Coach Leach, and they were doing a documentary or an interview, a little op-ed on him and how he is a unique individual. And a question was asked, and even when talking about his earthly death, Coach Leach was very consistent that he had a very logical, simplistic view of a question about his earthly death. And here it is.
When people write the Mike Leach obituary, how do you want to be remembered?
Well, that's their problem. They're the one writing the obituary. I mean, what do I care? I'm dead.
2018.
That is amazing. It's a great point. Why, don't worry me with that. Don't I have enough dealing with? I'm dead.
That's on somebody else.
That's somebody else's problem. It's not mine.
That is great.
Right. And that's so that was his view of that. So if you're the one that got stuck with writing that, you're sitting there writing it, going, "Well, he warned me this would be my problem."
And you know, we've talked about for years. He had a real interest in pirates, and you know, that followed him through his coaching career. But the irony that Mississippi State is playing at the home of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where they have a giant pirate ship in the end zone, you got to admit the irony of that is bizarre.
It is. Yeah, it sure is. I agree with that. So there you go. And they'll have the tribute uniforms that'll feature the state logo and a pirate flag on the side of the helmet. So another story today. Do you remember the Iranian soccer players that decided at the World Cup they would protest because of the way the protesters in Iran were being treated?
Yeah, didn't care for that.
Well,
I want to protest.
Those of you that I don't know, I still don't understand you. The only way that you are dabbling with us turning the United States into one giant tyrannical central government who takes care of all of our needs and runs everything. You don't know much about how this ends. You just
you're not very wise, because I know what modern day liberals think.
Yeah,
they think if we can get to the point that we can hush up these people that don't think like us and we can make them go away, we're going to have a utopia. Everything's going to be fine. Everybody loves together. Kumbaya. But you get all that in place, though. What happens? What happens if somebody with guns comes in and takes over? And see, that's what happened in Cuba. That's what happened in China. That's what happened in Venezuela and other places. And then they get to dictate the terms because you've already set the system up.
Well, it goes back to that analogy I'd heard forever, and I forgot who wrote it. I don't remember who it was. But talking about that you ignored all these things because it didn't affect you. And he said, then the day came when they came for me, and there was nobody there to stand up for me.
Right.
And see, that's what even those of you that love this, you're creating an environment that if all of a sudden this wonderful, tyrannical, like Bubba said, giant central government that you say that tells people who can say what they want to say and shut this down, and you're not allowed to say that, and you like that because you agree with everything they're doing. But what you don't understand, you're creating an environment, they're going to eventually turn around to you and say, you can't say what you're saying.
Right.
Or in this case, they're going to kill you. So the Iranian government got one of the soccer players that had his little protest. Think about how great this country is, that you could stand up and protest in this country. You're supposed to be able to, and not face execution. You're supposed to be able to redress the government. It's why I love what the Celtics coach said the other day. See, to me, a lot of people miss that. That's the American spirit. So what did you think about the royal family being at your game? Royal family? You talking about Mary, Joseph, and Jesus? We're talking about the Princess and Prince of Wales. Ooh. And he's like, I don't know anything about them.
Hope they're Celtics
How about
fans.
this? I don't recognize them as a royal family. We don't do kings here. We don't do royal family here. That's what we left. That's the reason why some of y'all love that a little too much. Man, there ain't no love in that. We left all that, and you don't want that.
Nope.
But anyway, one of the Iranian soccer players sentenced to death after protesting.
Yeah, he will be hanged, Rick.
Wow. So they'll hang him.
He must not have been a very good player.
Greg, and
they would want to keep him.
that's a little insensitive, but also probably true.
Yeah, if he'd been one of the stars, they might reconsider just give him a little hard time, let him bust a few rocks.
Yeah, well, but what you hear here is it goes back to the thing that our goofy leftists in this country didn't understand who was the all-powerful whatever that was in charge that made that snide comment about gay people, that they don't have, what was his name? Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Mama did a job.
And the leftists in our country missed it.
Yeah, they missed the entire thing.
When he said, well, we don't have that here. Oh, he thinks there's no gay people in Iran.
He said it was a Western.
Yeah, how backward to say, no, you didn't listen to what he was saying is we killed them here.
Yeah.
They don't have them because they don't exist.
We eradicate them is what he was saying, and you idiots missed it.
Should be. It's kind of scary.
And now you're going to build some kind of government that could do the same thing here, and you don't mind as long as the government's eradicating people you don't like. But what you're missing is one day they're going to want to eradicate you, and you're not going to like it.
Nope.
The thing that got me when we were sitting here dealing with the war on terror, and gay people were soft on radical Islam, and I'm like, and they were more angry with George W. Bush. I was with the what he was saying about marriage. I'm like, what? I said, do you realize what would happen to you if the people who are trying to destroy us took over this country? You're going to be the first to go.
I think you need to kind of rest and land on a place that there's going to be people who are always going to disagree with you.
Yeah.
But I would pick them over the people who will hang me or cut my head off or throw me off a building.
Oh, Rosie O'Donnell claiming that fundamental Christians are more dangerous than radical Islamic.
Not really.
What?
Not really. Facts don't seem to back up that claim.
We may hold up a Bible verse where God defined marriage, but we're not coming to cut your head off and eradicate you from society. You're out of your mind.
I'm looking at this player's career, and it looks like he played up until 2018. So to Greg's point, he's not scoring goals for them anymore, so they figured they could make an example out of him.
Right. There you go. Bubba, would you like to know what he was accused of by the tyrannical government?
Yes.
Waging war against God.
That's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Now his crimes was that he was supporting people campaigning for women's rights and basic freedom in the country.
Correct. Yeah. But that's defined as waging war against God. And y'all are upset about what First Baptist Church is doing?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's something else. Isn't that something?
You're missing it. You're missing it.
You got bigger problems around the world. Be careful what you're wishing for here.
Just that's
right.
Be careful, because let me tell you what, a lot of the Christians that you can't stomach are the ones that's going to protect you from these crazy people.
Yep. You better believe it. So
we're the ones standing in the gap.
Well, and it's I was talking about when people make these kind of stands, and compared to the people here that they think what they're doing is heroic when it really costs them nothing. I was talking with a pastor this week, and he said, and he got emotional talking about it, and he said, in these Islamic countries, and he was talking to a pastor there that basically he said I was talking to him trying to get an update. And he said, hang on just a minute. I just heard an explosion. I got to check to be sure it's not our church. They just blew up. And he goes out there and comes back and says, no, it was just down the street. And he said, and he got emotional. He said, I was baptizing 30 new followers of Christ the other day. And he said, I began to weep and celebrate at the same time. And he said, yeah, I guess that was emotional. He said, well, yeah, it was emotional that they had found Christ in the truth. He said, but I was equally crying because their life expectancy was going to be about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And he said every single one of them was killed. Now, that's devotion to the faith right there.
Yep.
And then some. We're out here upset because our devotion might cost us a sin that we love. So,
special place in heaven for you.
Yep. They will receive the crown for the martyrs. But think about that. What if today, if you devoted your life to Christ, that means you're going to probably live about 3 more weeks? You'd take it a little more serious, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can only I'm leaving, Shan.
I want you to know that I pray for you all the time. And I hope that you find whatever it is that you're looking for out there.
What are you running from?
My dad.
Then write about it. Let that pain become your inspiration.
I got some stuff I need to sort out.
And I deal with it the only way I know how. And that's to write a song.
You hungry? Set the table.
What is this?
I want to make things right. You and me.
My dad was a monster, and I saw God transform him.
You have a gift, real gift.
I didn't think that God could do that. And so I wrote this song for my dad.
So there it is. The trailer's out there. You can watch it. It's going to open on March the 16th. Some of the things behind the story, they're incredible. We talked about the great performance by Dennis Quaid, and you will agree with that. It is fantastic. But there's some things in the movie that are true that you really, if they put it in a movie pretending, you would say, don't put that in there because it's not believable.
Yeah.
And one of them, we won't give details on it because it's so important in the movie, is this Amy Grant tie-in.
Yeah.
I mean, I when I was watching the movie, I thought that this couldn't have really happened.
Yeah, the climax of the film, happens with the storyline, involving Amy Grant as kind of just an amazing figure in Bart's career. But I was doing a morning show in Tampa promoting Woodlawn, and we're trying to figure out where's the big triumphant moment in this story. And off the air, one of the hosts said, "What are you looking at next?" I said, "Bart Miller's Stories I Can Only Imagine," just off the record. And he said, "Oh my goodness, I was at the Ryman that night when Amy Grant, pulled him up on stage." He says, "The most magic thing I've ever seen in music." And so we called Bart up, and John and I were like, "Did this happen?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys that story."
Yeah.
I'm like,
What?
"Lead off with that story,
Yeah.
man. Why is this not in the script?" And
Yeah.
so we put it in. It's an amazing story. With
He
Amy.
said it was the first time in his life where reality exceeded his imagination, and basically Amy Grant did something very selfless and heroic to help launch this song, and it's a powerful moment in the film.
Yeah.
And she's just, that's who she is, and she helped launch our music video career, and she's just a very gracious, wonderful
Yeah,
person
real deal.
that saw talent and saw that she was in a position to help launch that talent. And it's just this amazing moment in the film where Bart is recognized for who he is and for the song that he's written, and it's very, very special.
Didn't she encourage you to do something with the show?
Oh yeah,
and played a part in your career.
Well, it was a story that we had told several years ago, and it's known as the Barney Mask story.
Oh my gosh! Please don't throw Amy Grant in the middle of this.
She had heard the story, and she is the one that said you got to tell it on the air.
She did.
Yep.
Yep.
The rest is history.
So those of you that like the Barney Mask story, she doesn't want this on a resume. You can thank Amy Grant.
There's the sequel.
I don't know how that'll match up with. I can only imagine, but it was our story.
Well, you know what? We won't leave it out of our movie.
That's the moment in the Rick and Bubba movie that's coming.
Well,
Go get
from
that
another
same-
set of brothers. I don't know
Speaking
if it's
of which,
from the
there is-
Irwin brothers.
For Rick and Bubba fans, there might be a cameo by two radio personalities you like with their voices at the end of the movie. So
Well, it was so funny. I was laughing at Andy, or some of you know him as Andrew, but he
Andrew Lloyd, the Andrew.
Yeah, when I was walking out, he said our goal in this movie, Rick, was to give you more lines than Rustin.
Yeah, we did.
Did we do it?
Yeah,
We did.
Okay.
By two words.
By two words.
Okay.
By 2 words. Just met the bar. I mean,
But my
it's
nope
progress.
was an incredible nope.
Yes, it was like, nope.
I'll tell you another.
Do you think we sold the redneck bartender scene?
yeah,
I
it
think
was.
I
That
think it was
movie
one of the
history right
best redneck bartender scenes in the movie Rustin.
We really didn't even have to practice for that.
So talk about acting, and this time we play radio host.
Yes.
So this,
Yeah.
Cast the type, man.
It was
Cast the
tough
type.
to get you guys into that role.
Yes.
I tell you, it's an amazing cast to this film. One of the other miracles to the story is we wanted, same as Woodlawn, we needed someone who could run, and who could play football. We needed a kid that could sing, and he had to sing all these songs. So it's like, where do you find a kid that looks like Bart, that has a middle American grit and character, that has the voice of an angel? Good luck. And I was up in New York working, and I went to see Les Mis, and the understudy to Jean Valjean.
All right, here comes the phone show. These are special right now because the year is ending. So our time together, I mean, we're about to have 2 weeks that we're not together. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, comments, questions, bringing information to the table. This is the time to do that. We open all 10 lines, so it's easier to get through. And then our friend, the Christmas buzzer, we'll buzz you and we'll wrap up your phone call, and that means that the next person gets on quicker. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is for conversation. You're making comments, you're asking questions, you're bringing information to the table. Let me give you some pointers out there. If you're trying to order from rickandbubba.com to get Rick and Bubba gifts, go ahead and let's move on that to be sure you get them by Christmas, if that's what your intention is. Also, we mentioned the Man Church Conference got another update yesterday. On the premium seats, there's about 34 seats left. The other sections, which are still good seats, are probably 150, something like that. We're about 60% sold out. And the prices will go up on those tickets to the Man Church Conference, which will be a great gift for the dudes on your list in January. So make a note of that. And also yesterday, the final Bible study in the study of Genesis and the final Bible study of 2022 is now archived and ready. It was kind of an emotional moment yesterday, ending that year-long study in Genesis and talking to the guys who, most of them were devoted to be here every single day, and a lot of you saying you were there every single week, I should say. So that was exhaustive, but it was very, very powerful. And we'll start a look at the Revelation coming up in January, Lord willing. Danya is standing by. Danya, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
My name is Dawn. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Say Dawn.
That's all right.
But have y'all seen the article where Brittany Griner is dedicating herself to bringing Waylon, the Marine, home?
I haven't.
No, I have not.
But I would commend her if she's going to help with that. I think that's a good thing. Good for her.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't.
What does she have to bring to the table?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Probably
not. Giving the Merchant of Death back.
What leverage do we have? I mean, you can say that. It's a nice sentiment, but it really it's like so many things in our country. It's a nice thought, but it really has no meat to it.
Yeah, well, and feel-goodism is the toast of the day, but if what she was trying to accomplish by looking caring and saying the right thing, she said the right thing, but you all are right. I'm not sure that there's anything Brittany can do, especially since the ace of spades that we had is now gone. We don't really have the old card to throw down, do we?
No.
Mark in Sweet Home, Alabama. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I go to Ridgecrest Baptist Church in Dothan, Alabama. I want to say right off, when you came down and started Man Church, man, you can tell when somebody's heart is really into it. The only time you looked at anything to read was when you were looking directly at Scripture, and that just tells me your heart was in it, buddy, and it's really meant a lot to me. But I wanted to also say that a few minutes ago when you said if I only had 3 weeks left to be a Christian, would I still be a Christian? Absolutely. He has brought me out of so much bondage.
Oh, yeah.
In 1 week, I'll be free from heroin for a year.
Praise God, Mark.
I just want to say that, yes, absolutely, I would stand for Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you. Well, look, what he's done for us, our sacrifices are mild compared to what he accomplished, and it also should bring us peace no matter how bad the situation is. Leslie in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Leslie, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, how are y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Great.
I just wanted to say thank you for making my day start off the right way this morning. Y'all had me laughing to begin with so hard I was crying.
Oh, good.
Now, what was it
And
got you this morning?
To Speedy, it was pertaining to Speedy's text to the police officer.
That was actually Helmsy, wasn't
And
it?
then Speedy, let me give you a little tip. If you want a true Christmas movie, go to Die Hard.
You can get the guys going.
David in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead. David?
Yeah.
Hello.
David, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
David.
I was wondering if y'all seen on social media where this Jew rabbi, people is saying he's healing people. They're following him down the streets. They're kissing his hands. I just seen it.
I haven't seen that, and remember when you're out there in the world on social media, I saw that. Always question what you're seeing, but I have not seen that, so no, I'm sorry. Eric in Florida. Eric, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning. I just want to thank Adler for the YouTube channel. He's helped to reignite my passion for public domain Christmas music. Didn't know I had that still.
That's outstanding.
Is that Mark Garnett? That sounded just like
and it sounded like a statement he would make.
Next break. Happy sleigh bells.
Happy sleigh bells.
His delivery was so good. Mark in Alabama. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Wow, the next person's name's Mark. Mark, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to comment on the Brittany Griner trying to get the Marine back home. Because y'all was asking what she had to offer. She's going to give him some weed.
Okay. It has that feeling like I remember the funny thing that we talk about all the time, that we have to get ourselves to safety, get ourselves a soft drink, sit down so we can help others.
Yes.
It's like I'm out, and so, I'm ready to help everybody now that I'm out.
There's another one in jail nobody's talking about. It's a history teacher that had a prescription for medical marijuana or something like that, and was coming home and got busted for it, and he's still there. Nobody's mentioning that one.
Can I give everybody a heads up? Don't carry drugs to Russia.
That's a
great starting point. I don't care if you got a prescription, you think it's good for you, you just want to do it. Don't carry anything.
Good pointer.
Because they'll plant it on you if they want to get you, but don't help them out.
Aaron in Texas. Aaron, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good gosh.
Hey, fellas. How's it going? Anyway,
good.
You ever notice that the people who speak for the poor and downtrodden are wealthy themselves?
Oh, always. Well, look, there's nothing that when the wealthy white liberals and really wealthy liberals of any ethnicity, they're some of the most inconsistent, bizarro people on the planet. I don't know whether you're right. They demonize the very system that enabled them to be wealthy. Mm-hmm. It's strange.
And then they will be out on the public forum complaining about things, and then back at home they're complaining about how much the yard man's wanting. I mean, just crazy stuff.
Lewis in Georgia. Lewis, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I just want to wish you guys a Merry, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Back at you.
And I want to ask you, what do you think about the Georgia-Ohio State game?
Go Georgia Bulldogs! I think Georgia will beat them. And I think Georgia will win the national championship.
Yeah, unless something unforeseen happens.
Right.
Bulldog fans are screaming at y'all to stop talking like that.
Well, I'm not saying that.
It's not our fault that they've dominated everybody. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Turn a blind eye to that?
Of the four, I think they're the best team.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
you still got to execute and win.
I'm sorry, it's over, everybody.
I'm not going to play it down. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
God of Abraham, you're the God of covenant, of faithful promises. Time and time again, you have proven you'll do just what you said. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast. And let my heart learn when you speak a word, it will come to pass. Great is your faithfulness to me. Great is your faithfulness to me. From the rising sun to the setting same, I will praise your name. Great is your faithfulness to me. God, from age to age, though the earth may pass away, your word remains the same. Your history can prove there's nothing you can't do. You're faithful and true. Though the storms may come and the winds may blow, I'll remain steadfast. even in the waiting. I put my faith in Jesus, my anchor to the ground, my hope and firm foundation. He'll never let me down. I put my faith in Jesus, my anchor to the ground, my hope and firm foundation. He'll never let me down. I put my faith in Jesus, my anchor to the ground, my hope and firm foundation. He'll never let me down. I put my faith in Jesus, my anchor to the ground, my hope and firm foundation. He'll never let me down. No, he'll never let me down. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations proud. Wonders of his love, 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 wonders of his love. Great is your faithfulness to me. Great is your faithfulness to me. From the rising sun to the setting same, I will praise your name. Great is your faithfulness to me.
We're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground. Have fun.
6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, another hour has begun. Gift number 11 in the 12 working days of Christmas coming up. You cannot win it if you don't find some way to get the live show today. So it might as well go to you. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So Bubba, we have, somebody was bringing up the other day, we have these songs that have been around on the show, and we play them. We've done White Trash Christmas a couple of times. We hit this and that. And a guy had called the other day. He said, man, I hadn't heard Porky Pig, Blue Christmas. We had already played it, but he didn't hear it, so I moved it to a different time of the show today. And this is something that's been around for a long, long time. We think that it was done by a comedian on another radio show years ago.
Nobody knows for sure, though.
I think it's John Boy and Billy. I feel pretty confident, but I've also heard it was Bob and Tom, so I don't know. If you look at the history, it looks like it's one of those two, and if you land there, it's not our original. We didn't produce it, but we did.
But it sure is funny.
But this guy is as good a Porky Pig impressionist. If you're not Mel Blanc, I mean, I think Mel Blanc's the only one. He may do it better than Mel. But here it is, by request for Rick and Bubba Christmas, Porky Pig's Blue Christmas, and it's a doozy.
Oh, have a blue Christmas without you. Oh, it feels so blue. Just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree. It won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. And when those blue snowflakes start falling, that's when those blue memories start calling.
They start calling, baby.
You'll be doing all right with your Christmas but I'll ever be blue Christmas.
Somebody give the pig a kazoo. Go, Porky.
Oh, baby, I'll miss you.
Yeah. Take it home, baby.
You'll be doing all right with your Christmas white, but I'll
everybody go.
Have a blue Christmas.
There it is, by request. Porky Pig. So, Adler, how do you have to handle that? Even though it's Porky Pig, but not really Porky Pig, but he's singing a song. I guess it's copyrighted. Is that where you get in trouble?
I've let that one roll before, and we haven't gotten in trouble, so I just let it roll.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adler.
If it doesn't get flagged,
a little gift for the YouTubers. And of course, we probably now have brought down a mojo on ourselves.
Sure.
But anyway, I'll tell you, you can tell, and whoever that show is, that when he drops in there in the middle of the kazoo solo and hits them with one they didn't expect.
Yeah.
I wish I could do Porky Pig that good.
I know.
Y'all don't know how much I would do it.
It sounded like Speedy laughing at anything you said. Rick.
That's right. I didn't think about that. It's almost like I was doing Porky Pig.
Yeah.
Or how about this? The man of 1,000 voices may be able to do a Porky Pig. Speaking of Speedy as well.
Can
anyway,
you do Porky, Speedy?
I'm
sure you can. Or I should say, can the man of 1,000
Can the man of 1,000 voices do Porky? You sound just like it.
Speedy, add that to the 12 days.
Well, the man of 1,000 voices appears. What I've told him, the lines.
Speedy, please cut 3 of mine back and just give it to the man of 1,000 voices.
What I told him, the part that the man of 1,000 voices has, he has to do many voices in those lines.
I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to do it.
Well, we'll throw it out. We'll say, do this person, and you go at it.
Oh, really?
Charles Barkley.
So yeah, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas is stacking up to be a dandy tomorrow. Also, the final installment of 2022 tomorrow on What's Eating Scott Gorosky. We get that tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, we don't deserve all that.
We don't deserve it. A quick wacky world.
How bizarre.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
Look around the wacky.
This story is almost too hard to imagine. A Florida man allegedly threw a Christmas tree at his wife during an argument that was sparked when she asked him to help make dinner.
I mean, in all honesty, Greg, where does she get off asking him to help?
That's her problem.
Right.
Richard Atchison, 52, lost his temper at the couple's Fruitland Park home Monday evening when his wife asked him to help put a spoon in the sink, accidentally splashing him with water, according to the arrest affidavit obtained by Fox 35 in Orlando. Atchison packed his things, went outside to his vehicle before returning home because he'd been drinking and told his wife to leave instead.
Mm-hmm.
When the wife tried to go, deputies say Atchison shoved her, picked up a Christmas tree that was in the corner of the room, and threw it at her, striking her. He then allegedly blocked the front door to prevent her from leaving. He really can't make his mind up what he wants to do. He doesn't know if he wants to leave. He wants her to leave. Now he's blocking her, trying to leave. Yeah, a little all over
from
the road
looks
there.
of the picture, I believe the help in the kitchen was the least of the problem.
He may have some other issues there. He can't even look at the camera.
Well, the phrase here, we must, and I've double underlined it on my story, he had been drinking.
Yes.
Yeah. You think he'd take a bump?
Oh.
Just me might smell it.
Let's see that picture again, Adler.
Your Adderall bottle's drinking him now.
Oh, it is.
Look, I mean, he can't even look at the camera.
Look,
hung in a stare. Look at it.
You think that guy throw a Christmas tree at you?
He'll grab that tree in a minute.
You think
he'll tell you to leave, then block the door.
Yeah. He
Get
looks
out of
like
here.
He might
You ain't
have
leaving.
have a little temper.
Yeah. Greg, I'll tell you exactly
He's
how
a
I
little
went.
contrary.
Yeah, Greg, he'd been in the silly sauce. So he didn't want to help with put up. It sounded like he was just putting up the dishes. Got somebody splashed water on him.
Well, that set him off.
And then he said, "I'm leaving." Then he thought, "By golly, I'm not leaving my house. You leaving?" And then she says, "Okay." And then you ain't leaving.
Then he blocked the door.
Yeah, and then he gets
Where you going?
Then he gets your Christmas tree and throws it down.
It's like the Bible says, guys. Let your yes be yes and your no be no, and don't throw Christmas trees at your wife.
That's in second parentheses.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Greg, that's actually the way it's written in the message. So anyway,
so good.
All right, we'll be back. So there you go. The stress of the season can get to people sometimes.
Wow. I believe he's year-round from that look, don't you think?
What about sobering up now? I've got to put the Christmas tree back and everybody's mad at me.
Rick got drunk, showed myself. I'm sorry.
And I've got this little arrest warrant.
Yeah. Now I'm going to mess Christmas up. They'll talk about this for years. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
By the way, I hate when I hear people say things that's 100% wrong and they just say it so fast. He goes, well, you know, on interception, I mean, Brown was all over me. It was not Brown. That was actually Big Cat. That came off the edge on the return out of the end zone. He came right off the edge, wide open.
Caitlin sits next to Big Cat. I think I told you one of the classes. It's pretty funny. Earlier in the year, though, this was a game he jumped 2 or 3 times.
He'll jump.
Yeah, and I said, hey, Caitlin, tell Big Cat to stay on side. I said, hey, Big Cat, my dad wants you to stay on side. He goes, I know. I just want to get there so bad.
He'll jump just about a half a second.
I know it. There was a couple of times they timed snaps on both sides. I thought, my gosh, they're in the backfield. But you look at it on slow-mo, they're not, but it sure looks like it.
Bama fans think they're right all the time, and they will always be right.
Well,
Plain simple.
Both fans do it. They're all, you're only going to...
They lose.
No, Greg, only Bama fans do that.
Only the Bammers. Well, I'm really not going to throw that away, even though it hit the floor.
Greg!
I don't know where this came from, but I'm getting one on Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, got them old knots in your shoulder.
Oh, in your scapula.
Hey, tear my shirt up.
What about this right here?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that email, by the way? That lady sent an email that said you got to be really careful where you put that on. You're not supposed to put it like on your heart.
What?
And on your carotid arteries, whatever those arteries are called. You know, old people especially, you don't put it on your carotid arteries or whatever that artery is because they get build up and then carotid artery. Thank you, carotid artery, and they can have plaque build up in there and it'll go to their brain and kill them. So be careful.
Somebody should be in your wife's glasses here.
I'll move out of the way.
But he's sick. You can tell clearly. Look, he doesn't look good. He's got a fever. He's been coughing.
No, his mom said he had an appointment.
He had an appointment to have that fixed.
Do I have permission to do this, ma'am? Okay.
Make sure, don't put it on the neck.
I want to share the love here. Here we go.
Over here, just so.
Where, over here?
Yeah, I don't really think this is part of the golden ticket thing, normal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want them to feel welcome. Well, you know, I hate eating in front of them, and I hate massaging myself in front of them. Okay. With the massage gun. That sounded terrible.
All right, buddy. Okay. All right. All right, buddy.
Flip it over, flip, 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 flip. Adler, I'm sure you know that one of the best things you can do for your brain is to juggle. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
It causes your brain to even grow and rewire things even when you're older. Did you know that?
Yep.
So this is pretty close to juggling just with one hand.
Yeah.
So it may not be as good, but it has to be good a little bit. It's better than eating a donut in there.
It is. It definitely is.
It doesn't burn a lot of calories, but I guess it burns some, don't you?
Yeah. Moving.
All right, going for this.
Oh! I feel like it's like shaking the air out of your lungs sometimes.
Yeah, they does.
Yeah, they're nice.
Oh, yeah. You got to kind of go around.
Don't tell me how to do it. Speedy, I told you not to smoke.
That's not funny.
Don't end up like me, Speedy.
Rick, what is your favorite Christmas song?
Oh my!
Favorite Christmas song?
Probably the one, honestly, that I like to hear every single year is Kevin Derryberry's version of "Away in the Manger."
Stay by my cradle.
My favorite new one is "Noel" by Lauren Daigle, which is fantastic. My favorite classic that I like to hear that everybody is kind of traditional is I love to hear Bing Crosby singing "White Christmas." "20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. The big year ender is tomorrow. Also, tomorrow, if you live in and around or you're going to be in Birmingham, Alabama, the real Greg Burgess at Henry Hoover Auto Mall will be there with lunch for you, 11 to 1.
And he's putting on a concert. A lot of people don't know, Rick.
Yeah, I've been working on
Christmas classics.
Christmas classics.
Bubba, he actually will sing at least a portion of your favorite Christmas song on demand.
Yeah.
So that'll be
just
happening.
wander up and ask him.
Yeah, just like walk up and say, hey, I'd love to hear Melik Malikimaka.
Right.
And he'll jump right into it.
Oh, that's my favorite.
So that's all happening tomorrow, and Greg will be in a relatively good mood because we're going hunting this weekend.
That's right.
So go see him there in Birmingham
right, Rick.
coming up tomorrow. So then, Bubba goes,
What in the world? Day 11.
What in the world? Here we go. Gift number 11. And the 12 working days of Christmas. Bubba, I'm looking at it, but do tell anyway.
Rick, it is a DeWalt 20-volt combo tool kit. It includes a half-inch drill, a 3-speed oscillating multi-tool. I never know what to call that thing.
Oscillating.
An LED work light, and a circular saw, all with a storage bag, charger, and batteries. Retail value $349. I love these things. I love those.
I do too.
You just get it all at one time. Be done with it.
Yeah.
You know?
I
noticed Greg looking at it. He was pretty impressed.
I like it.
I don't know what to do with it. It would lead to me going to the emergency room, but I wish I had it.
Well, just keep your fingers away from anything that moves.
Yeah, that saw's going to be problematic for me. All right, Dirt Road Gourmet throwing in another $200 worth of goodness. I loved getting the picture of the day. I believe it was from Mike Huey.
Yeah.
Who won, and he said, look how quick I got all my stuff, and he shows
I love getting those pictures back, don't you?
Yeah, he showed us all the casseroles that he already got, $200 worth from Dirt Road Gourmet, so that pushes us over $500 today, my friend.
$500 to help make your Christmas full of joy, and let's just say you hadn't got a Christmas tree yet. You can take that circular saw out there and get you one.
There you go.
Okay.
Now, you might want to check with local officials, but you could certainly do it.
Rick, they got to catch you.
So, anybody got a number you fired up about today? I mean, we've
Gosh,
how many years y'all been married
some-
today, Helms?
Somebody.
21?
21. That's
21.
Is
that too low?
Too low.
Yeah,
though. For this, it's too low. For marriage, it's unreal.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Somebody sent
by today's standards, you and Amanda have been married for 100 years.
Yeah.
We did have someone email yesterday, said, guys, in honor of the number of times the word Grinch being said 67 times in the Jim Carrey version of the Grinch, could y'all do caller 67?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I thought that was a good idea.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was a good idea.
I'm just reading an email.
My favorite
Greg,
line from
Greg,
that
I'm making fun
movie
of it.
is "Pucker up Whoville."
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
good.
by far and away, that was the
100%.
best line.
I'll watch it for that line alone.
Yeah, I do too. I'll make everybody hush when I know it's coming up.
We'll use it at the house.
Pucker up.
Yeah, we have
We could
to.
add their anniversary years on top of that, or just go
Now
67.
now you're out of control.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying. We can
Why
do
don't we go
whatever.
with caller 3?
We could do that, Greg.
Greg, why 3? I don't know. Because it's
Dale
Earnhardt.
Earnhardt.
I like
That's too
67.
For Dale Earnhardt.
So good. That was quick, too.
Also because it's a magic number.
That's right.
So
3,
67.
6, 9,
Are we
12,
good?
15,
Fine.
18, 21, 24, 27,
A 30. A man and a woman had a little baby.
Wah, wah.
There were 3 in the family.
It's a magic
By the way,
number.
Greg's request before the big year ender is over is to do one full segment as a musical.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take
The
a
whole
pop
co-
on that one?
the whole
Was that worthy of
conversation.
a pop?
It was.
Okay, all right.
Pretty good idea.
67.
I think
Yeah, I
that's
like
what we
it.
put
I
on.
like it.
There we all
I mean,
settled after
forget
all
the
these.
Helmsies.
Yeah, right.
What now?
That's that. We settled on that after all these numbers.
Oh, we could go 88 if you want to combine the two.
No, it's fine.
All right.
What do you want, Greg?
Y'all don't care about the man in black.
Feel
Forget
confident. Hey, Rick. I didn't feel confident. But what?
Y'all don't care about the man in
All
black.
right. Well,
it's
we'll add
really-
him to
it's
91.
It's really not a good tie-in for Christmas.
Here we go. Add him. We're at 91 now.
Anybody else?
Bubba also, I noticed, had 6 sausage balls. We're at 96. By the way, if
That
y'all-
number will go up.
if y'all wonder how I like them, just like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well
That's
done.
That's the
Dud.
perfect
Very
combination.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, here we go. 67.
Thank you, Doc.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, we'll go back down to that. Okay.
Okay, all right. There we
Yeah,
go.
I like
So
it.
where are we at? 67?
67.
Ah,
plus.
fired
All
up.
right, here we go.
Let her
1,
eat.
2.
And they got to have the phrase that pays.
Count the amount.
If we don't do dollar for
all right, here
dollar
we go.
next
Guys,
year
he's
in
counting.
honor of Bill Hagler,
He's
well, there's
counting.
no justice. Well, he can count while, and we'll talk.
But that
while
can be
he's
something we
counting.
can do next year.
I know.
Where are you at?
Well, when I get down here, I'll be at 30.
Yeah, he's
What?
He's just counting. He
30.
can count and talk.
There's
He does all
30.
the time.
31.
the count and the amount. And we got to have us a box we draw it out of.
Oh, yeah.
We need a good ping pong ball thing to draw
Oh,
out of.
yeah, like the
anyway.
lottery.
There's
for
40.
like for the numbers, we do for in here.
Yeah.
Keep concentrating, buddy.
I'm fine. I'm
He's good. We're
I'm
just,
good.
we're just
Field of
going
Green,
on.
Field of Greens has changed my life. All right, there's 50. All right, here we go. There's 60, so here we
There
go.
was 3 in the
61,
family.
62,
It's a magic
63,
number.
64, 65. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Robin from Jasper.
Oh, Robin, you were caller 66.
You're one short, Robin. Can you believe it?
Philip, 66.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, Greg,
That's
what's
my luck.
Well, it's not all lost, Robin. You still get nothing.
oh,
Greg, I'd
Robin.
like to see you spread that out like you did the other day. You kind of
Hold it.
Yeah, a little longer pause.
I forgot what you said, but you did it. I like the way you
Oh, I had
held
a
it
lot
out.
before. Okay.
All right, here we go.
I'll try to think.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Carol. Hey, Robin.
Oh, no.
Oh,
No, no.
Is that the winner?
No. Say your
Who is this?
Shh.
Carol. Hey.
Oh, I'd have to
Turn
pull
the
over.
radio down. I hear
Yeah,
something in the back.
We're gonna try this one more time.
Turn your radio down.
Turn the radio down.
Hear me?
We
Okay.
can barely hear you. What is your name?
Oh, no.
It's underwater, man.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
This happened the other day. It's the same as the
Well,
problem.
Oh, my gosh.
You want to get her number, Speedy?
Wait, we've already done that.
Okay.
We do have it in there? Okay. All right. So hang on. Okay. All right. So that is it, but that we cannot make out what she's saying.
So we're going to penalize her, and she gets zip.
So do we now?
I'm just
should we call her back and try to reconnect?
Probably so. She was the right. She was the right caller.
Let's call her. Can you do this? Can you call her on 11?
Yeah, can you call from in there?
Do I disconnect?
No.
Okay. Well, then how's she gonna answer? I know, but I mean,
that's true. Go back to her now. Let's just see for fun.
Okay. All right. So
one more time.
Oh, gracious.
It may be worse now.
Yeah.
All right, so
what are we doing?
Helmsy is calling you, caller, and click over to him, and we're going
to try to get you on.
We're going to see if we can understand you, because we can't.
That's not like a cell phone.
Ain't gonna get her a better signal.
I've noticed a couple of times, Rick. It's not like a weak
No,
signal.
it's
It's
not.
like
It's not.
the receiver is picking up
Right.
2 or 3 signals at one time.
Or like, almost feels like there's water in the line or something.
Oh, well, we got water in the
But
line.
this is the second person that has sounded like that.
No.
Now,
The
all of
other
us deep down wish Robin had won, because Robin on caller 66
had a great phone.
Rick, but wasn't all lost.
You don't think Walker
got
County
nothing.
didn't need to walk? Walker County needed to walk.
Well, all right, so I see Helmsy.
You got her?
No, is she not answering?
I don't know.
She's terrified.
Need a signal.
Bullet head looked stressed.
No, he does.
He does, and this
on
is
his anniversary.
I just aggravate him too.
Yeah.
What is he?
He said, "I'm not stressed. I could read his lips."
Hello.
Hey.
Good night. All right, that's it. She don't get to win.
Do I bail on this?
Well, if Ham's got her number, I think we've.
The other
pretty
day,
much
the
said
caller dropped, and it was on
Yeah.
him.
All right.
This one has not dropped.
But he's never.
We're trying to get.
He's
the right
never going to be able
person.
to understand what she's saying.
No, I'll give you that.
For us to even come back and announce. So y'all go work it out. I'm up against the break now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But hey, congratulations to somebody.
Yeah, y'all,
We'll let you know who it is when we come back.
y'all work it out with Aqua Woman and Aqua Woman. Yeah, and if y'all can get something coherent.
That's what it sounded like right then when we were all doing it.
Good night.
And it's like I still hear us in all of it. I still hear us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Favorite. What was his 3 categories? Overall favorite, favorite new, favorite old.
I think my overall favorite is Kitty in the Window.
How much is that
Kitty.
in the window?
Yeah.
Anything with Bing Crosby.
That's your classic.
Anything off that album where he's got the Santa hat on is what I grew up with. I love that.
And then your favorite new.
Christmas in Dixie, Alabama's a good one.
Helmsy, your 3 favorite songs. We got overall, new, old. New, old, overall.
Is the Siberian Orchestra count for
Yeah.
new? And then you wanted what favorite? I guess anything Bing Crosby or Mariah Carey.
I gotta admit, I rocked that Mariah Carey song. Favorite Christmas songs? New, old, overall. 3 categories.
Please Come Home for Christmas, the Eagles.
Is your
that is
that new?
No, that's old. That's old.
Okay.
And then Nat King Cole, Oh Holy Night.
Okay.
That's probably my overall favorite because my granddad's favorite was Oh Holy Night.
That's good stuff, buddy.
And what's Bruce Springsteen's?
His is Santa Claus is coming to town.
Yeah, whenever I hear that, for some reason I get festive. I don't know why. It's just like that's But yeah, those are, I guess, are my
it takes you back to your frat days, I think, is what it. Bruce Springsteen. Favorite new, favorite old, and favorite overall Christmas songs. Go.
New?
Yeah.
I don't know any new ones.
I mean,
Twisted Christmas by Twisted Sister. Have you seen that?
Oh, that
Heard
counts. That counts.
That. Old, I guess the old Bing Crosby, White Christmas, Johnny Mathis, Chestnuts.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
And then overall.
Overall,
your favorite Christmas song ever.
It's the Eagles. Bells will be ringing.
Bells will be ringing.
This just in, the Grinch has a favorite Christmas song.
Hey, let me tell you what we are going to have. This is a no Christmas shoes zone. No Christmas shoes. Christmas shoes, no.
Sure, I want to buy them shoes for my mama, please.
I mean, give the kid the money. I've driven around with
Give the kid the
We have them here.
lay that money down.
Didn't we have them here? The kid comes in. The kid's mama, who's dying, needs shoes to be buried in to meet Jesus in. Give the kid the money. Why do we make him get his change out and put it up on the counter? Hand the kid the money he needs for his mama's shoes. My goodness, what are we waiting so long for? Give the kid the money.
You tried
Why would you say it like that?
Oh my goodness.
I can't use any of this.
None of it. Boy's there though.
All right, we think that we have the winner of gift number 11 in the 12 working days of Christmas. Carol, is that correct? Carol, is that the name? All right, so Carol, we're trying again. Carol, are you there?
I am here.
Ooh, Carol.
Carol, we were struggling there.
You were caller 67.
Congratulations.
Good night. Carol, good gracious. Bubba, tell Carol what she won.
Well, Rick, she has won the DeWalt 20-vote toolkit combo. Includes a half-inch drill, a 3-speed oscillating multi-tool, a handheld LED work light, and a 6.5-inch circular saw storage bag charger, and 2 batteries with a retail value of $349.
Dirt Road Gourmet gives you $200 worth of delicious casseroles. So we're now over $500 worth of stuff. Carol, how long you been listening to the Rick and Bubba Show?
For about 17, 18 years.
Yeah, so where are you from?
Maybe longer. Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham, Alabama. Well, you were in trouble. If as long as we could hold the call, you did win. But I was afraid we were going to lose you because we have lost people before. But your call stood. We got you finally to a place where you could be understood. So we're going to put you back on hold, get a little more information, and congratulations on winning gift number 11.
Thank you. My husband is happy.
I bet he is. Merry Christmas.
He's going to enjoy this.
All right, Carol. I'm putting you on hold.
Yes, he will. Merry Christmas.
All right, Merry Christmas.
You know, Rick, I have a saying you can never have too many tools.
No, I mean, because you never know what you're going to eat and
No,
when.
you
And
don't.
the worst case is say if I just had that and fill in the blank.
I know it.
Yeah,
I
so
know it.
Bubba, Gregg Phillips is back.
Gregg Phillips. Greg, so good to see you.
Yeah, and we mean that.
We've been worried about you.
Mm-hmm.
But as I mentioned earlier, you got to watch those parking tickets. They can add up.
If parking tickets result in strip searching by the U.S. federal marshals,
I can't imagine
what's happened to the world.
I can't imagine.
You saw Greg, if you watched Dinesh D'Souza's 2000 Mules, you know he is with True the Vote. And also we've said this, and you and I were talking in the break. Our founding fathers tried so hard to warn us, because see, we're so far removed now from the king, and we foolishly don't understand tyranny anymore. Because see, they understood it because they just left it. They knew the dangers of all this.
It's tyranny by a group now, not just one.
But you faced it. If you're not understanding what the founding fathers, I'm talking to you, America, right now, and us. If you don't understand why they warned every single power that you allow the central government to take, they'll abuse it, and they can use it against you. And that's why the founders said, don't give them much. Here's what the Constitution said they should have. It's limited, and don't let them get outside of this and let them develop all these agencies and all this stuff that they can use against you, because if they get it, they will. And you experienced that, and you said that you thought so tell us what happened, and then, we know you're out of jail now, but what happened?
So in January of 2021, I went to a meeting in Dallas with a couple of researchers and uncovered a bunch of information, or they shared with me a bunch of information that they had uncovered relative to the American election information being in China. It was irrefutable. It wasn't like you had to believe that there was some packet of information flying through the air or anything like that. This information was in China. After 18 months of working with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they decided to really do nothing. So Los Angeles County ends up arresting this guy, this dude that runs this company. Same day that I was out in Los Angeles County for the grand jury, this Chinese guy sued us for defamation in federal court in Houston. We ended up in federal court, and this judge was kind of an activist judge, and he ordered us me to tell him who was in the room with me that night when we downloaded the data. And I said, no, sir, I'm not going to do it. And he said, well, I'm going to hold you in contempt of court. Oh, okay. He said, we'll be here next Monday. This was on a Thursday. Monday morning, 9 o'clock, we were there. Our lawyer stood up. The judge said, is he going to tell me who was in that room with him? And our lawyer said, no, he's not. And judge ordered us into custody at the U.S. Federal Marshals. We ended up in a medium security prison. Me and Ed Seg and my partner Catherine in this sort of weird medical isolation where they had windows and stuff. She couldn't even go to the bathroom without folks walking by and strip search me. And I mean, the whole thing was completely insane. All because I wouldn't share the name of an individual that was in the room with me. The reason I wouldn't do it was he was a federal informant. He works on the border and works in all kind of trafficking cases, human trafficking, drug trafficking, and this guy would be in danger if I blurted his name out. We told the judge that, and he didn't care, so he put me in jail, put Catherine in jail.
So how did you get out? Because we did the story when you went into jail. Of course, people started calling us. We saw the story. How did you get the judge to let you out?
We have some amazing lawyers that appealed to the U.S. District Court of Appeals in New Orleans, and the fifth district came back in a day or so and said you need to let them out now. Also compelled them to these two lawyers on the other side. I was so mad at them anyway because they were mocking us during the trial. I mean, they were sitting behind me, just laughing while the judge was interrogating us and all this stuff. And I called them wormwood and screw tape, and they got all upset about that.
I bet they did.
And
did they even know what the reference was?
Probably not.
Probably not. So our lawyers made this appeal. They ordered us to be released, and I think one of the things that really, as I look back at the whole deal, was the court really slammed what happened. Right? The appeals court was not happy that we were in there. The Sunday that we were finally released, the court said, okay, let them out. They couldn't figure out how to let us out, so this was on Sunday. A guy named Steve Toth, who is a state rep in Texas, had come by a couple different times to pray with us and just praise the Lord. that we were at least alive and well, and we hadn't killed ourselves like Epstein had done, or didn't do.
Right.
And that day, so he comes in, he prays with us, and he goes outside. As he was leaving, I said, well, why are you here? He said, well, we're having a little prayer vigil outside the prison. And I said, a little prayer vigil? I said, I looked outside, there was like 100, and I mean, you could see kind of through the glass. There was 100 and some odd folks out there in a driving rainstorm, a thunderstorm. And they were out there singing the national anthem and praying for us for 2 hours. About 15 minutes after they got done, the court order came down from New Orleans, and they let us out. And then they spent 24 hours trying to figure out how to let us out, and eventually let us out. But folks were great. I mean, President Trump called, got wind of what was going on, and called around and did a wellness check on us. The federal marshal, the U.S. Marshal came by. The U.S. Marshal in the Southern District of Texas came by to visit, and just to be sure that we were okay and alive and well. And but it was something. I mean, being in isolation, I was in administrative segregation for the first little bit, which is a whole wild place. And by the way, prison during the day and prison at night are two different things.
I would think it would be.
So anyway, this U.S. Marshal came by. President Trump called the warden. President Trump called the governor and a few other folks. And so we had a lot of folks rooting for us, a lot of folks praying for us. And but in the end, the U.S. District Court of Appeals in New Orleans said, no, we're not doing this. Now, we're still in that case, and that judge is still on this case as well, so I have to be a little careful. But I think the biggest problem that America may or may not know about is you've got these activist judges, right? And they're called being on senior status. So they retire. They go home. They get $200,000 a year or something to retire. But they can come back and pick and choose whatever case they want. Mm-hmm. And so these rogue lawyers, Screwtape and Wormwood, go out and pick this judge, get this case into his court, and man, he flat out interrogated us from the stand. Included himself in saying we and I, and it was just an incredible experience for us. But true to form, my partner Catherine, I got out. I was mad. So by the time I got out and I walked out through that razor wire and got out to the car, I was furious. I was mad. I would have fought somebody if they had been there. It didn't matter who it was. I was just mad. We get in the car and I'm expecting Catherine to be either mad with me or in tears or something, and she's over there like philosophically saying, well, here's what I learned while I was in prison. I'm like, what do you mean, what'd you learn? I learned that the hot dogs are something akin to like a plastic straw, and the food's not edible, and there's a lot of things going on at night in prison that nobody needs to know about.
Right.
Those are all the things I learned, and I still want to fight. And she's like, well, I learned that, God was there with me the whole time, and I prayed. And I went, well, I prayed too, but I still want to fight.
Well, let's come back, and we'll do one more segment with Gregg, but he's back. You may have questions, and he may or may not be able to answer them, but if you can call him in at 866-WE-BE-BIG and kind of get caught up with Gregg Phillips, who he and Catherine are now out of jail. But it is true, and all of you started calling us, they were put in jail, as he just said, and how it happened. And we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pray, Lord, your hand will guide us, convict us where we're wrong, and affirm us where we're right. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Let's go! Here, 25!
So I missed this brawl. I know there was some fight last night in Thursday Night Football. So
Rick, watch it on the ground. Watch right here.
All right.
Look, Myles Garrett's done for the year. I guarantee you he's out. He slings his helmet, guys, like an axe. Watch this thing come. It hits him on top of the head, too. Watch. Bam!
Oh, my goodness.
He's done.
Did he just hit
The player with the helmet.
Yes, right on top.
Oh! Hey, guys, and there's 12 seconds left in the game.
They've already won the game. That's why the Browns are no better than they are.
You know, you realize
things like that.
You realize that could have killed somebody.
Yeah, it could.
But don't forget the other guy comes up and knocks him down for no reason. The other defensive lineman for the Browns comes up and knocks him down with his helmet on.
What is the biggest fight y'all have gotten in on a field of any kind like that, in a game like that?
I think sadly for me is when I was a coach. At one time when I was coaching, I actually had two people trying to fight me at the same time. One guy was at the fence trying to fight me in the parking lot, and then the coach of the team we were playing was trying to fight me all at the same time. And when the game was over, my wife was upset with me, and my dad was in the parking lot wanting me to beat the guy up who was at the fence. So I went with what my wife wanted.
I got to go back to when I was a kid. It was not in an organized sport game, but me and my brother got in a big fight, probably more than once during some backyard football games and baseball games and basketball games.
We also
and lawn darts.
We fought each other in an organized game, playing first and second base for a
Oh, yeah, on the same team. I forgot about that.
And we fought each other being bat boys for Dad's team.
Yeah, Dad played on a softball team, and we were really small. We were bat boys and got in a fight at home plate. Hey, punching people in the face fight
with your dad there and your mom.
Needless to say, we were removed as bat boys. Yeah, never did it again. No. Then one time we were playing backyard ball. Rick elbowed me on the top of the head and knocked me out. Remember that?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, Bubba, I've seen a knife.
Did you get your cracker in the middle of that?
When are we gonna go get the 12 working days of Christmas stuff?
That's a good question. I hadn't really thought about it. We probably need to do that, like maybe next week, at least start. Getting through the 15th, that's big, and then we kind of know how much money we got to spend. That's big, and yeah. Hey, let us know what you'd like to see in the 12 working days of Christmas as gifts.
Okay.
Amy Grant, we got Amy Grant at 9:50
on Monday. 9:50 on Monday. She has actually her Christmas albums that are always, hey, you always got to play them. They're now out on vinyl. It's like a vinyl set, and so we're going to talk to her, and we're going to talk to Brian.
Here?
We're going to talk to Brian Kilmeade too Monday.
So Amy Grant and Brian Kilmeade have a new single out.
That's right.
That ought to be good.
Yeah.
And you are out on Monday.
Yes, I'm out on Monday. My mom, y'all be praying for. She has surgery on Monday, so I'll be with her in Huntsville. So there's that.
Got it, buddy.
There was a day when I couldn't do that. So this is what I'm trying to do a little better. I can't get down now. I need help. But at least I got up there.
Greg, all right, so this ISIS chick.
Oh, yeah.
Needless to say, she was hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Yeah, you talk about your kids hanging out. Look, it's all about who you hang around with. And if it's ISIS, probably not a good call.
I had some friends that my mom wasn't crazy about. As I went deeper in my life, I realized she was right. But never, part of a terrorist group or jihadists or anything like that. Never did we declare, death to America. Never happened.
When is the time in your life when you looked around and said, you know what, I'm hanging out with the wrong crowd right now. I need to find myself a new crowd?
It's when I quit the power company and came to work here at the Rick Bubba Show. Pretty much.
Gregg Phillips is our guest. He part of True the Vote. You see he and Catherine, who's also part, interviewed extensively in 2000 Mules, Dinesh D'Souza's book and documentary movie. And they both were held in contempt of court. They were in jail for 8 days because they refused to release the name of a man that they called a confidential FBI informant. Did not want to put him in danger.
And this is a civil trial,
yes,
right?
Yes, civil.
Greg, I just want to make sure we got that right.
That person remains
a civil trial and a TRO. Right. This was just a temporary restraining order, but this was an activist judge, and he wanted, he wanted to get his pound of flesh from us and lock us up before the election.
Yeah, and that was interesting too. The 8 days that you were held and put in jail, that got you out really with no time to be involved with the midterm elections.
Less than 24 hours after getting out, I was standing in Arizona, working with the Lake campaign, the Fincham campaign, and others on what was going on in Arizona on Election Day.
So, Greg, here's the thing. And 2,000 Mules was controversial. Some people say, hey, you're on to something. Some people think you guys are crazy. You know that. And as I told you in the break, if something is invisible or it's cloaked or somebody's trying to hide it, it still casts a shadow. And to me, the fact that these people were willing to go to this length to get you guys in court, hold you in contempt, lock you up in a civil trial with a temporary restraining order, that was really what you were in court debating, is just unheard of. And to me, that shows that they're out to get you in a way that doesn't really fit the crime, so to speak. If I can borrow that phrase,
the charge.
I don't know that you've committed a crime,
Yeah.
but it doesn't fit the charge, and it just shows that they want to hush you up. So if they're going to that extreme to hush you up, what you're saying must be something that really, really bothers them.
Yeah, it really does. We were running the True the Vote election integrity hotline in places like Arizona. You can imagine the last week before that election, it was blowing up.
Right.
And Arizona, Pennsylvania, and other places, they just didn't want us out there. They didn't want us talking. We've got a lot of information that folks don't want us to have. Here's the reality. They can say or do anything they want. All of that information and more is in China. We later uncovered that there were the machine serial numbers for the ballot counting machines in China. There are the ballot bundle serial numbers. They're all in China. They all live on one server in China. And what's most interesting about it is that particular server also runs another set of elections, the CCP's own elections in China, in that server in China. And you can't refute it. I mean, you can say you don't like me. You can say he's a whatever. You can put me in jail. You can do whatever you want to me. It's not going to change the fact that this data and all of this information is in China. We've been completely compromised in this country. If we don't wake up and fight back against these activist judges and Screw Tape and Wormwood and everybody else, we're not going to survive this.
Yeah, that's the other part, and you hit it there. You're also revealing, which we all have been concerned about, and apparently rightfully so, activist judges.
So,
they're weapons is what they are.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Greg, so the midterm election, was it tampered with?
We believe, specifically in Arizona, because we're pretty heavily involved because of our work with the hotline and our work with True the Vote there, that what happened to the voters of Arizona outside of Maricopa is tyranny. So you have voters in places like Mojave that were doing the right thing. The election officials were conducting the election in the right way. They were reviewing signatures. They were matching signatures. They were eliminating some, including others as appropriate. And that wasn't happening in Arizona or in Maricopa. And so you have a place like Maricopa, which includes 62% of the vote in Arizona. You've got all these other counties, folks out doing it the right way, and they're being held hostage by Maricopa County and the bad guys in Maricopa County. So I would answer the question, absolutely yes. This was a scam. And we look for our day in court, and there's some plaintiffs there that have demanded a jury trial in Mojave County, and we look forward to their day in court.
Trent's in Hoover. He did have one question. I want to try to get in a question or two from the audience. Trent, go ahead. You're on with Gregg Phillips.
Hey, thanks. Hey, nice talking to you all today.
It's our pleasure.
Yeah. One thing my wife and I noticed after watching 2,000 Mules, how come this is not getting any more traction or any more notoriety? I mean, it doesn't show up really in any news to speak of. So unless you actually, go read the book now or watch the documentary. How do people even know?
Well, there were 24 million people that saw this movie worldwide, so don't despair too much about that. I mean, we don't. The situation is that the mainstream media refused to cover it. Everybody from Fox to CNN and everybody else just refused to cover it. The good news is, though, that all of those people being able to see it, it was the #1 movie on Amazon for 3 months. It was the #1 movie in the world for 30 days. And so folks everywhere have seen it. We've had people contacting us from Spain and Italy and Australia. The white hot light of freedom is real, and it exists around the world, and it's not just in America. Folks are, they look at America as to try, is this the bellwether? Well, American elections are whacked, guys.
Yeah, and if that's the case, like you said, all over the world, they're like, oh, what does that mean for us? Well, Gregg, we're glad you're out. Give our best to Catherine as well. I'm sorry for what you guys were put through.
Yeah.
But also thankful for those in the Court of Appeals did grant your release in the 5th District Circuit. I'm sorry. So that helps that you were able to find somebody to hear your case and say, hey, this was wrong. But the problem is nobody can give back what was taken from you.
My youngest son, John David, and his fiancée, Emma, are getting married this weekend, and I can tell you that it was not lost on me as I laid there and stared at the ceiling at night. Man, if I miss that kid's wedding, somebody's going to kill me.
Right, that's true. We're glad you're back, and thanks for the work you guys continue to do. But as we all know, throughout the history of our country and the history of the world, there's always a price to pay if you're willing to fight for freedom. Yep. Always. Top of the hour. Thank
you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg. If you're leaving us, guys, have a great day. If you have more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But you love those guys.
Yeah.
You know what happened for me? Here, every day. So you're saying the ear candle thing is a scam?
It is a scam. I've had I had all kinds of problems with stopped up ears and wax hardening in my ears, and I had people send me those things. I tried them. It's absolutely an optical illusion. What you see inside that cone is the wax that was burned by what you're actually putting in your ear. That's not wax that comes out of your ear. It is a 100% scam.
Intern Hash Brown here says it's not a scam, says he likes it.
Well, I'll tell you what. I haven't heard that part. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Hey,
I'm 55 years old. Some kid with a really bad looking hat's gonna know more about this than I do.
Hey,
it's a great looking hat.
You just got roasted.
Adler and the soccer guy too. Adler, one too many kick to the head.
Adler, Gregg has what really works. He knows what really works.
Well, as far as ear infection, you use your own urine. Now, I don't know about unclogging your ear, but if you have an ear infection, you need not your buddy's urine, your urine.
Dude, what happened to my Chick-fil-A?
What? The Egg White Grill?
Yes.
Dude, I don't know. It came like that.
It came like that?
I mean, I didn't see it until I got here.
It came like that. You're telling me it came like that.
I swear.
You are telling me right now, what you're telling me right now is that it came like that.
It did.
Please look at how my sandwich came out of the bag. What the? It looks like a rat's been chewing on it.
Oh my goodness.
You don't care.
I do. Let me see that.
Don't. It looks like somebody.
Speedy.
It's like somebody took a bite out of it. You just. All right, man. I'm gonna do Free Metal Friday today, by the way.
Yeah!
So,
okay. And you want me to be in the band?
Well, no.
Okay.
So, since the last daily documentaries, Gregg, you've become a grandfather.
That's right.
Helmsy, you have gotten very close to graduating from Highlands College.
I have. And because you said that, I can't say what I wanted to say about Chad.
Yeah. Speedy.
All right, I gotta cut that out. Cut that out.
Bubba had a heart attack.
Well, it wasn't a heart attack. Technically, right?
It wasn't a heart attack.
He almost stole all the attention away from my daughter. If you'd have went down at the wedding, it'd been tough to top that. He was
struggling so bad at the wedding. It was so.
Listen, I look, he's there, and the next thing I know, he can't even come back and say bye. It was.
Mama, we're so glad you're okay. Can y'all hear that? Okay, awesome.
It's Free Metal Friday, baby!
It looks like Monday, the new Rick and Bubba double CD 25 big ones will be available in the Rick and Bubba store. So kind of make a note of that if you're trying to check that off your shopping list.
Are Bama fans in a position where they need to be rooting for Auburn this weekend?
Yes.
Yes.
100%.
Look, I hate to say that, but I mean, if Auburn gets beat by Georgia and gets 3 losses, and then Alabama beats Auburn, it doesn't help Alabama to be able to have a chance to still go to the playoff without winning the SEC championship. See, the LSU's got to stumble for them to get back to the SEC championship. So if that's not going to happen, you got to have a body of work outside of a championship game that's going to get you back to the 4. So you need Auburn to knock off Georgia, who's at 4, and then you knock off Auburn. So you absolutely have to pull for Auburn. Hey, Bama, can you muster a war eagle? You got to. I know. It actually does. So, we got to take some time off. I mean,
I mean, when the little kid puts it that way, you almost feel bad for being gone. So it is, the big year ender is tomorrow. And yes, you will have a speedy Greg Helmsy doing best of shows. But tomorrow, one more live show with the gang all here. Adler will also be off, and the guys will get time off as well as they rotate best of shows and get a couple of replays, which require no supervision, as we celebrate this most wonderful time of year. Lord willing, our 29th anniversary comes January the 4th. The new CD this year, Where's the Bathroom, available everywhere. Hard copies at rickandbubba.com, or you can go to all the digital download platforms and get it there as well if you don't already have it. The gang's all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Here we go. Together through the promised land. Well, sometimes, Bubba, there's nothing quite like a visual to make a point. We talk about we have this bizarre fake world in which we live, things that at one time were so elementary that no one would tolerate, that no one would affirm. Now, whatever I decide to do and say, I must be allowed to do it. If not, you're mean. You have all kinds
of... You got a phobic something in your background?
You're phobic this, misogynist that. You're everything. We have a woman who's had enough, and boy, has she had enough. So she is headed before an Arizona school board meeting, and she's. Should I just let her speak on her own? Do I even need to add anything?
Rick, you know what this is a case of, and I heard Rush mention this one time, and I'd always thought this too. Sometimes it takes the absurd to demonstrate the absurd.
Exactly.
That's absurd.
Ain't nothing need to be added to that.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's going to make the point of how absurd some of the things that kids are having to deal with now, and when they're supposed to be going to school. And so here she comes before the school board meeting, dressed as a cat. Here we go.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lindsey Graham, and I am a cat. Meow, meow. I'm not a woman dressed as a cat. I am a cat. By show of hands, I'm curious, how many of you believe and confess that I'm a cat? Great. By show of hands, I'm curious, how many of you believe that your child or a child from this school would believe that I'm actually a cat? No one. You are right. Why? Because you are not stupid, and these children are not stupid. Truth prevails over imagination. Reality exists. Discernment is innate and something we are biologically wired to have. One look at me, and you know this to be true. I am a woman posing as a cat. You may also think correctly that if I truly believe I'm a cat, I have a mental disorder. If I suffer from a mental disorder, and if I am unable to discern reality, am I safe to be around children? Would you put me in charge of making critical decisions about the safety and well-being of children and about the direction of their education when I cannot even discern truth from fiction? Confession. I'm not actually a cat, guys, just because I say I am. You've not agreed to or committed to addressing me as a cat simply because I demand it. No tail, whiskers, or outfit makes me a cat, just like no lipstick, high heels, or long hair makes him a man, a woman. It is just as biologically impossible for me to become a cat as it is for a man to be a woman. And you have one job as members of this school board, and it's defined as this. School board members are responsible for broad, forward-thinking, minute analysis and decisive action in all areas that affect students and staff in their schools. I ask you, do you believe that the actions of a grown man playing dress-up as a woman affects the students and staff positively or negatively? A public school is not the place for social experiments in altered realities or gender ideologies. It is not the place to celebrate a grown man with a mental illness, dressing as a woman, and teaching kids lies. Children come to school to learn facts and truths about reality, including unchanging biological truths about science and nature, not to learn that they can change biological realities and become anything they want in the name of diversity. What you're actually doing is worse than just lying to our kids. You're forcing them to be participants in your lie, in your charade. You're forcing them to deny what they see with their eyes, and you're forcing them to speak lies. I ask you again, am I a cat? And if you say no, then the mindset must be aligned with your discernment across the board. By allowing a falsity to be displayed and paraded around the school, you teach children that truth is not existent, facts are not real, and biology is a lie. You fail at your job, your only job, by confusing children and teaching them untruths and to coddle a grown man playing dress up as a woman. If you were to address me as a cat right now, it's as ridiculous as when you say Miss Bixler and a grown man's voice comes thundering over the...
Thank you.
Now let me get. And is she a cat or not?
Right. Meow, meow.
Well done.
Yeah.
It was
That's 2 barrels full.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
But think about how elementary what she is saying, and I'm telling you this.
It's even up for discussion.
I'm telling you this. You know how we started noticing the trend of food allergies, and that started kind of coming out of nowhere. I'm picking up now talking to parents who have children that are young and are in the government schools right now, and more and more I'm getting this. I can't explain why, but my young child has become full of anxiety, and they've never had it ever. And I said, well, I'm not the one who have the final gavel on that, but do you see the world they live in? Do you see the world? Think about how confusing it is if you're young and say, like during the pandemic, all you were told is that school is dangerous. That's why you can't go. It's dangerous. Then all of a sudden one day everybody walks in and says, go to school.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Y'all told us
dangerous.
Y'all told us it was dangerous.
Right.
Can you imagine what it's like to be sitting here looking at a man dressed as a woman, and the school says, yes, y'all need to address, he was Mr. whatever, now he's Mrs. whatever, and they're looking around going, but that's just a man dressed as a woman.
Right.
You know, do y'all see the garbage that we are dumping on a generation of children? And the main thing we're doing is we're placing them in a world that has truth and taking the truth away. And you know what? You know why that makes you a little bit anxious? You got no foundation. Right. You don't know what's real and what's not. Would you think that would make you anxious if you were a child?
Sure.
All the things I just mentioned. Right. Do you think that would do it?
Well, think about
Yeah,
this,
it would.
Rick.
Yeah,
how hard
absolutely.
it would be to measure things if we all could just decide on our own how long a foot was.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because you felt that way.
there are some standards, and Greg brought a great point the other day when we've got all these pronoun changes now. Who said you could change the English language?
Yeah. Who made the final call on that?
Yeah.
Imagine trying to deal with that as a child.
Yeah.
Oh.
It drives me nuts.
Well, if
you're-
reading an article
If
the
you're
other
an
day, I
English
thought,
teacher
who are
now,
we
how
talking-
in the world can you teach English?
Yeah, but who made that call? Said, okay, we're changing it.
Yeah.
Now we're doing it this way.
Right.
You know what?
I don't think that call was made, right?
See, you know what children need? They need stability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what we're
constant.
doing, we're sending them out into an unstable, chaotic world, and then we go, I don't know what my kids all freaked out and scared about all the time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what they're afraid of. They're afraid of everything I just said.
Right. Listen to this,
And then
guy.
you throw in, I'm afraid my school's going to get shot up today. And then, and then you throw in, from what y'all keep telling me, somebody's going to grab me today.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the world they're living in?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Scary.
She was talking to Paul Bixler. All right. He is 72, a retired teacher and principal, identifies as transgender, and was appointed by the Liberty School Board outside of Phoenix in 2021, and identifies as a trans person and wears his deceased wife's clothes in front of the school kids.
So his wife that passed away, he now pretends to
Correct.
He wears her clothes.
And she's
you know what?
demanding that he resign.
And here's the thing: if he wants to do that in his private life, and that's his own business. But as she said, but when you come out here and make these all of us act like that's real, that's different. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is your name?
Baby.
And what's your name?
Barbara.
And what's your name? And what's your name?
Sarah.
And are y'all together? Y'all are together. Okay, awesome. Well, then we're going to have a little trivia off here for this Mr. Lucky CD. What do y'all want to be? What's your team name?
Roll Tide.
Versus? Team War Eagle. Okay, well, that works out. These trivia questions are from our friend Chad. intern Hash Brown Hero. Here's question number 1. In Olympic archery, what color is the center of the target?
Red.
Incorrect. 1 point to Team War Eagle. It's yellow. It's yellow. In Olympic archery, the center of the target is yellow. I forgot your other question, Chad. What is the largest state in the United States? Team War Eagle.
California.
Incorrect. It's Alaska. That's disappointing that you got that wrong. You're making us look bad, buddy. Okay. How many hearts does an octopus have? 2. Incorrect. It's 3. On the Great Seal of the United States, what is in the eagle's hands?
Wheat. A thing of wheat, like stalks of wheat.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It's arrows in an olive branch. Tell you what, I think we're running out of time here in this break, so we're going to shut it down, but I'll give you guys the CD because I think y'all had more points, and then I'll give you guys something else too. All right, everybody wins. Participation trophies for everybody.
We know what we're doing next? Oh, yeah, we're going tree. Let's go. Okay. All of them, if you can. Y'all want to?
Go. Where are we going? We're going to the Christmas tree. We're going to sing out there and back, and we're going to sing all around it. Look at the balls.
See? Greg, they're Christmas balls.
See, look at the balls on that tree.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. How up your balls are.
Okay, guys. All right.
Your balls are big.
You got one hanging. I love our Christmas tree. Greg, I dare you to climb the tree. Ready, go.
Let's sing it to her. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. We don't know the words. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Some big balls on that tree. It's got to say it.
Hey, guys.
That's great, guys. Thanks so much. Christmas, 'tis the season, boys.
Yesterday.
"22 minutes past the hour, still here." Always enjoy our old clips or our new clips of the leader of the free world. Joe Biden, President Biden. All right, so we don't forget, too, and I think we did mention this, but it's in the news that it's official now. Also, adding to the instability that a generation is growing up in, the dictionary now redefining man and woman. Just know that that's out there now. That we don't even know what man and woman need anymore. So the Cambridge Dictionary definition of man now includes the grammatically tortured trans-sensitive addendum, an adult who lives and identifies as male, though he may have been said to have been a different sex at birth. So that
unless you can change the chromosomes, you ain't got no argument.
But Bubba,
Follow the science,
and I tell Bubba this.
Follow the science.
Bubba,
Science.
all the follow the science people, by the way, will y'all just at least acknowledge what your real statement is? Follow our preferred science.
Yes. Follow our version of science.
Because in science, which all of you seem to cling to, especially when us Bible thumpers get to talking, I thought that was all about y'all saying this is where truth lies. Well, now we're saying that there really are no facts.
Yeah.
I really want y'all to think about that. Yeah. And not only do we want to say that in our private life, human beings have always struggled with that in our fallen state. I want to live that out in my public life, and I want you to live it with me. And that's led to the speech that we just heard. Well, here's another one. I would like for the President of the United States, 1A Adler, I would like for him, with all of this Defense of Marriage Act thing he just did and all this celebrating, and of course he made up that gay people are being thrown out of restaurants, which I didn't. I didn't know that was going on. But anyway, he.
I know Christians are. There's some stories on that.
Yeah.
That is actually.
I would like for President Biden to, at least when he gets up. Now I know he'd have to be coherent to do this, but let's pretend that he suddenly has grasp of his cognitive skills again.
Right.
Okay. I would like for him to say, now back in 2006, I realized that I said completely the opposite. But I have evolved over time, and I don't feel this way anymore. I could let that go.
Yeah.
I would go, well, he's changed his mind. Now, we haven't heard that, but I want you to think of all the speeches you've heard from Biden this week about this. Here he is in 2006 pointing to defending the Marriage Act that he voted for. This is in 2006, and I want you to hear exactly what he said in his own words and compare it to what he just said. So here we go.
The president used his radio address yesterday and tomorrow in the Rose Garden to talk about a constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage.
Think about this. The world's going to Hades in a handbasket. We are desperately concerned about the circumstance relating to avian flu. We don't have enough vaccines. We don't have enough police officers. And we're going to debate the next 3 weeks, I'm told, gay marriage, a flag amendment, and God only knows what else. I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act, where we've all voted, not where I voted and others said, look, marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that. Nobody's violated that law. There's been no challenge to that law. Why do we need a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here?
The president.
Okay. What is the game going on there, Uncle Joe?
Don't miss too that they were trying to scare us about some flu in 2006, and we didn't have enough vaccines for it. But I want you to listen. He is really saying what we've been saying.
Right.
He's like, this is elementary. And he's dogging the Republicans for wanting to waste time on something that everybody knows is a fact, and that's marriage is a man and a woman. Why are we spending time
canceling him over this? It don't matter how long ago it was.
Yeah, why can't he be canceled? And why doesn't he tell the story about him and his dad seeing the two guys? And hey, that's love, Joey.
Yeah, where did
you know where
left
where
that?
did
You're
that?
talking about the 1950s or whatever it was.
They're just sharing their love, Joey.
That had happened before he did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was such a moving moment in his life. He obviously just forgot about it.
What a load of garbage.
Look, I get him.
180 degrees different.
Yeah, and that was when he was actually speaking with a mental capability that he actually had a fault.
I would
he
submit
can't help
this
it now. But
to you. I would submit this to the folks that are glad that that Congress passed the law this week. He don't really mean that either.
No, he doesn't.
He just thinks it's politically expedient at the moment. He would flip again in a minute if he needed to stay politically on top of the game.
Back then, that was where the way the wind was blowing, and that was best for him to have that opinion.
Please
now, whatever opinion is best for him politically, that's where he goes.
Guys, please y'all don't miss that he's acting like...
He's 3 miles wide and half an inch thick.
Yeah. In 2006, he's getting on to the Republicans for wasting our time on something that's already been decided. And he's saying, this is elementary. Are we really talking about this? And now it's all they want to talk about. All right, so, and then this next one, we don't know what he said.
Oh, no, try to figure this one out.
Everybody try to figure out.
Are we back to modern day?
Yeah, we're modern day now. Modern day Joe Biden. Let's all try to figure out what he's saying.
Cisco Systems and Cyber Bastion, a diaspora-owned small business. Cisco Systems and Cyber Bastion, a diaspora-owned small business. Cisco Systems and Cyber Bastion.
Cisco
Systems, diaspora-owned small business.
What is that?
Cisco Kid.
Aspirin owns a small business.
I don't know.
Is he saying Bear Aspirin is a small business?
I don't know. Now he's talking to the
they're actually quite big.
U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. So is Africa in there? Let's listen. Let's listen again.
Cisco Systems and Cyber Bastion, a diaspora-owned small business.
What? I don't know what he said, but small business is the only thing I know he said.
Well, you know why, Greg? Because there's nothing else this television. I mean, you can't.
You remember we had the footage of a person that time that was talking and they started having a stroke in the middle of it? It was like a news reporter.
Yeah.
It was like that.
Diaspora-owned small businesses.
Is that what it is?
What he's saying.
What? Say it again.
Diaspora-owned small business.
What is a diaspora?
That's like what's the word I'm trying to think of? Diaspora is like varied, like multicultural, I think.
I don't know.
Why didn't you say
diverse.
multicultural
Diverse?
or diverse?
I don't know.
Rings coming at 6:30. You got Buffalo Wild Wings coming, bringing food. So it'll be a packed day.
Those gimmicks will win you big games every once in a while, but they don't win you national championships.
No.
They don't.
Look, Gus called a good game, but that's not the only game actually that he's called.
And for some reason, he's been able to beat Alabama and Saban 3 times at Auburn. I get that. It's confusing to me, but gimmicks that he does, they don't win championships.
That's
they
right.
Don't.
You know what? To me, that he beats out, that don't erase any of the other to me. It don't. Because, you know, is that all you play for?
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
I guess it is.
Wait. Alabama's not fired up about their bowl?
Wait a minute. You mean the Outback Bowl? Don't have them fired up? Well, let me tell you something. When you're Alabama, if you're not in the Final Four, you are very disappointed because well, they've been to every one of them. You know, I don't blame them. That'd be kind of a.
Here's the thing, we want to expand the playoffs. Make the Power 5 conference champions automatic berths. That makes the conference very important. It makes the conference championships very important. That way, if you win, no matter your record, you're going. And then have 3 at-large, and they can clean up what the the committee has missed, or what the playoff of the championships have missed. I call that 5 plus 3. Like we've always said, we used to argue about who number 2 was.
Yeah.
And now we're arguing about who number 4 is, which is better. If we were arguing about number 8, that pretty much, your margin of error has corrected itself.
We grew up with BCS and this were much better than that crap we had to deal with. When you were tied to your certain bowl. And your conference was tied to a certain bowl.
Always subject to ties, which was ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're going to have 2 national title champions.
I amazed Betty yesterday how I had to leave, pick her up at her work to the minute. Then I got us to the viewing to the minute. I had the car gassed when I picked her up. I had her a drink waiting on her in the car. I mean, I just wanted to prove it could be done.
Hey, Natalie.
What's up? How are you?
Good.
Big, bright, early morning.
That's right. That's the nicest convict I've ever seen.
He's very nice.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen Flavor Flav, and I don't know when.
I love MREs because I'm a prepper. Like I don't have my whole house full of it, but I like to have one box that has gas mask, Geiger counter, MREs, you know, roll of toilet paper, water, you know, the essentials, Pop-Tarts.
While ago, and I heard a song that he did.
Rick and Bubba Show, this is Greg. How's it going?
I was wondering.
What's going on, Greg? Doing great, you know, just chilling out.
Greg's MRE heated up. That's our
MRE.
meal ready to eat. There's spaghetti with beef.
Spaghetti with beef.
One more time.
All in a little packet.
Multi-grain snack bread, peanut butter, a chocolate chip toaster pastry, also known as a Pop-Tart.
Oh, a Pop-Tart.
That's it. All right, this is our heater right here. This is how we're going to heat it up.
Science. This is all science.
All right, so you have to put water in there to activate the heater.
You normally don't have a sink out there when you're doing this.
No, all right, get out of a canteen.
There you go.
All right, I like to give mine a little shake.
Oh, little chemical reaction about to happen.
Get the MRE down in there before it starts getting hot.
Yeah.
And so that's all it takes.
Yep.
Wow. Look at it. How long is it?
$35 minutes past the hour. We're making our way back. Phone troll music, meaning all lines are open. Calvin Speedy Wilburn, ready to go. He's ready to take your phone calls. Adler, would you like to explain what you were trying to say? Go to the break there. Did you want another shot at it?
Yeah, I you know, the music will be bearing down on you sometimes, and a lot going on here.
Yep.
And so diaspora means displaced.
Right.
Not diverse.
Yeah.
So I knew it meant something
that's
about
close.
some
You panicked.
people.
You were in the ballpark. You wasn't on the right sideline, but you were in the ballpark.
You think any of us Nimrods are going to correct anybody on not being able to explain something? I mean, come on.
Plus, we saw you flapping in the wind. We had to leave you.
Oh, I was flapping like a flag.
When I saw you get two blocked by that music, I thought, let's just leave him. Let's watch George, it'd be nice if the president could speak clearly. We would know the word.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, Greg, you asked for it. You got it. Now, remember,
oh boy,
we just heard him in 2006 saying, I don't know why we're wasting time on what marriage is. Everybody knows it's a man and a woman. Bubba makes the brilliant point that this story he's about to tell us, now that the wind was blowing in another direction, now he wants all gay people to think that he was raised up to understand their desire for marriage and their desire for a relationship. Now, don't forget, in 2006, he's saying something completely different.
Yeah.
And this story happened before 2006, to Bubba's point. But if you want to hear him, here he is saying something. And let me tell you something, with zero hesitation, this did not happen. It did not happen because of the time he said it happened, and the way our society operated during that time. Here comes a 100% lie from Joe Biden trying to connect with the LGBTQ community. Here we go.
My dad, God love him. It was 1961, and I was applying for a job as a lifeguard in the city pool system because they paid better than the county job I had. And he dropped me off at the town square, Rodney Square, and there were two men in suits like I'm wearing standing in a corner. The light was red, and they kissed as I was getting out of the car, and I looked back at my dad like I hadn't seen that before, and he said, "It's simple, Joe. They love each other."
That just didn't happen.
That did not happen.
1961.
That did not
So think about his dad's
wait.
generation,
Okay,
where
wait.
that came from.
Excuse me, I'm choked up. Airlock. Adler, play the other clip we saw before.
The 2006?
Yeah.
You okay?
Let's hear it again.
And then Adler's going to explain to us what he was trying to say.
Right, let's hear it. Now, we heard Joe give that story, that touching story from 1960 that he apparently forgot in 2006.
Yeah, here's in 2006, which is a long time after 1961.
A constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage.
You know, think about this. The world's going to Hades in a handbasket. We are desperately concerned about the circumstance relating to avian flu. We don't have enough vaccines. We don't have enough police officers. And we're going to debate the next 3 weeks, I'm told, gay marriage, a flag amendment, and God only knows what else. I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act, where we've all voted, not where I voted and others said, look, marriage is between a man and a woman, and states must respect that. Nobody's violated that law. There's been no challenge to that law. Why do we need a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here?
But Joey, what about when your dad was dropping you off back in 1961?
Yeah.
And you saw two men in suits that were kissing and
at Rodney Square.
And it was right there at Rodney Square. And you look back at your dad and he said, Joey, they love each other.
Come on, Joey.
You just forgot about that.
Hey, you know what? His dad would be furious about what he said in 2006.
I know it.
Yeah.
I know it.
And his dad was extremely woke considering the generation he grew up in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, you know, they're known for their, the way they felt about gay marriage.
Sure, it was. And you know what? Men would just kiss each other in the streets in 1961.
Yeah, sure. Not even think about
it. That's why they use the term in the closet.
Right.
Men in suits. Men in suits. I've never seen two men in suits kiss each other on TV.
That's true.
to the phones we go. 30 seconds, Tony in Mississippi.
That ain't rain on my leg.
Oh, yeah, boy. Tony, go ahead.
Mac. Hey, guys. Have y'all covered the non-binary director of waste energy something?
Yeah, we've been following that story. He had a problem picking up handbags, and he's in the news again today.
Yeah.
Hey, who is vetting these hires up there in the White House?
You know why this guy got this job. We all know it. So he turns out to be a kleptomaniac. He got the job because somebody said, somebody check this box.
Ricky loves expensive baggage. He just cannot keep from stealing.
Yeah, but that's against the law, though. That's against the law.
The red lipstick and the stash just don't go together.
Yeah, he's kind of hung in the middle there. He can't decide which way to go.
When I put on lipstick, because I do have facial hair, I never go with bright red.
Right.
No.
Everybody knows that.
Real earth tone.
Play down.
Yeah, some little earthy, more of a brown.
Yeah, play it down.
The picture that I'm showing right now is a more normal look.
Oh, yeah.
If you go through some of the looks this guy has, who would have thought this person was mentally unstable? Who would have thought it?
No.
He hadn't seen the Louis Vuitton that he can't leave alone. He loves a good, nice handbag.
He's stealing stuff in airports.
I know.
Which is even stranger.
Get your own camera.
It's kind of hard to get away.
Against the law.
You remember they called him out the first time. He tried to act like it was a mistake. Yeah. And then he admitted, well, I lied about that.
Can't steal people's stuff.
And then he went and did it again.
I don't care what you identify as. There's no identify as a thief. We don't let that go.
No, not yet.
Let's go to Bobby. You're right, not yet. In Pelham, listening to ZZK. Bobby, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Guys, I grew up in Rainbow City. Been listening to you since 1994, but I missed several years of living out of state, and I didn't catch your show for a while, so I've been catching up on a lot of your best subs. And I wanted to ask Rick, what was going on with your voice about 10 years ago? It seems to have gotten kind of raspy there for a while, and then you got it fixed.
I actually had my vocal cords were damaged, and it had these what they call nodes on it. And honestly, I was in a bind. I mean, the ear, nose, and throat doctor at the time said, "Look, you are at the crossroads of your voice being gone, so you're going to have to make some adjustments." And I was actually coaching a lot in those days. So I was coaching, and I was speaking, and I was doing the show, and then I was also even singing some. And he said, "You're going to have to drop the shouting." So in coaching, you know how you have to project across the field. I actually started having to have coaches. He said, if we can't get these nodes like calluses on your hands to soften, your voice is not going to return. And the surgery we would have to do, you would not be able to be on the show at all for like 8 to 10 weeks. no speaking. And so I just made adjustments in my life like he told me to do, and, cut out some things that I was doing, certainly stop coaching, or if I was coaching, I would let somebody else, yell across the field to the players to get them in, the right alignment or whatever. And I just started making adjustments, and praise God, it came back. So so there really was a problem. And I'm like you, it was so gradual because you're with people all the time. When I hear those old segments, I mean, it was really bad. And I apologize that y'all had to go through that, but that's what happened.
And also, remember, you went to school to learn how to not talk with a Southern accent. Remember that guy that called and accused you of that?
Yeah, whoever had that assignment, they have been fired.
Well, at one time, you were doing all the voices on the show, remember?
Right. This guy, I got you. Gosh, that was a good one. So you can see how tiring that could be.
Gotcha.
Let's go to Bonnie in Alabama. Bonnie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, this is Bonnie of Bonnie Bread, but I'm calling about Biden. He is like Tim Wilson's bit where it's Uncle BS.
Yes.
Yeah. That everything he does is just he makes up a story.
Yeah. No, you're right. 100%. And remember, the people who are really compulsive liars, they try to throw you with great detail.
Yeah, I started to say
they love
that,
detail.
They say that one of the traits of a really good liar is they will cover you up with details.
That's correct.
To try to make, because in their mind, they're creating the story, and they're telling you the story as they're creating it, and those are the details they're coming up with, and that's a sure sign that somebody's making it up.
When he throws out 61... that sounds better than 60. He gives you the name of the square and the town, all that.
I'm there for a job interview.
Oh, yeah. He was stalling me. He goes, "Yeah, my dad. God love him."
That's exactly
he's
right.
rolling, stalling,
That's exactly
seeing which
right.
way he's going to go.
Exactly right.
God love you. What am I
God
talking
love
about?
my dad. God love. Let me see how I can come up with this story. Okay, it was 1961.
And you make it your daddy, and that that ties everybody in there. I look back at my dad, all that stuff.
And you say stuff like "zoom, zoom, zoom," small business. You do that,
right? Which, as we all know what that means.
Yeah.
If not, Adler had that covered.
Sure. Oh yeah. Just ask Adler.
Tom in Pell City, listen to ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Okay, I got a solution for all the nut jobs out there. And also, Merry Christmas, guys. I've enjoyed this year listening to y'all and getting to call in.
Nice tie-in.
The Lord needs to come now, and that'll end all this chaos. Y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, buddy. And that
as bad as it is, I don't think we have seen where we're going yet.
No, that's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine. But you couldn't imagine this if I told you. 10 years ago, you would have said, well, this is about as bad as it's going to get. And it's not, it wasn't even close. We'd take 10 years ago right now.
Yeah, in a minute.
Rick, they love each other.
They
love each other, Joey.
1961.
God love him.
God love him. Two men in suits. They were in suits. I want to give you every detail. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's it.
About 10 minutes.
And then you tear the pack open, she's ready to roll.
It is getting hot.
Yeah.
Oh my! It's like hot hand.
It put some steam out too.
Yeah, look at that. That is hot. Like that is seriously very hot. The bottom of it is real hot.
Yeah, she's heating that baby up. When the world turns upside down, this is what we'll eat.
I like to heat the peanut butter
Like
a
when
little
you're
too.
shaking it up.
Oh yeah.
He does. He puts peanut butter in the microwave.
I mean, this right here is so thick you can't even swallow it. Dehydrated cranberries like raisins. This is sweet snack bread with blackberry jam. And then there's a chocolate chip Pop-Tart and throw it in there, which I warmed it up with the MRE heater, so it's all melted and gooey and ready to go.
This here, I took the cocoa, the peanut butter.
Warmed the peanut butter up, made like a fudge with the cocoa with a little bit of water, and then added a little bit of creamer and sugar.
Reese cup.
Does it really taste like a
Yes.
Reese cup?
Mhm.
Nice.
All right, here we go, Adam. Check it out.
All right, save one bite for me, Greg. Jeez.
Okay, I'm gonna come off this end here.
It looks normal.
All right, good.
Yeah,
That
is
right
there a
there
date
is
on those? Is there a date on those at all?
I don't think so.
Nice beer, born on.
I think it's on.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That's excellent. And that'll stay good for like years.
Oh yeah, years. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try a military Pop-Tart.
That Pop-Tart's good. I'm gonna try some of these cranberries. Cranberries are excellent. They taste like cranberries.
No s'mores.
Cranberries taste like cranberries. The snozberries taste like snozberries.
That's right, man. Greg, did you know that this guy right here tried to walk on at Alabama?
Obviously, he didn't make.
What were you center, or were you center or a running back?
Quarterback?
No, Adler, actually,
Quarterback.
making a kicking motion.
Oh.
I tried out as a kicker.
Oh, okay. So you showed up to the stadium, or is it on a practice
It
field?
was on the practice football field at the Mount Moore facility. There was about 8 guys out there. The coaches didn't give jack crap.
Nobody cared.
It's obviously showing nowadays. So.
Oh, you said that there was a recruit there.
There was a recruit. He was the #1 kicker in the nation, and he wasn't trying out. He was just watching. But they were showing him a lot more attention than they were showing us.
Would you have made that kick Saturday?
I would 100% made that kick. See, I played soccer.
Greg.
I played soccer for my entire life, and I'm pride myself in being able to aim well.
But
so,
what about with 90,000 people screaming in your face on the jumbotron right there at you? Been a little different than.
It would have been a little different, but I have full confidence I would have made a 30-yard field goal for sure, 100%. Okay, let's try it.
All right.
No, just throw it. Throw it. So this shows that I can kick a 30-yard field goal.
Yeah, right. Or you can come up a little closer if you'd like. Okay.
Oh!
Okay, make that. Okay. Try it again.
That was 4 people.
Right there. Go for
90,000.
Go for right
You
there.
are soccer
right
player.
there.
You
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay.
He missed again.
Let's go represent these people.
Pressure.
Bubba, stay right behind him and just scream at him real quick.
Okay, scream at me.
Oh, dadgummit!
Composure. It's all about composure.
It's all about composure, buddy. Good.
We got a very bizarre Christmas thing out here. I don't know what it is. Guys, what is this?
This is weird.
There's no way this was sanctioned by the builders.
I'm sorry.
Look at the snowflakes everywhere.
I am fully convinced that someone set up an engagement, and this is where they did it.
All right, so
And you had the ring in the mailbox. And he brought them here. He set all this up.
He had this ugly tree for it to show how much you
Well,
loved her.
no. That's one of those things they watched together.
You know what? Greg is a blockhead, but he did pick out a nice Christmas tree.
Who throws all this everywhere?
It's like when I come to work in the mornings, I feel like homeless people have had a Christmas party overnight or something.
But we just came to work right outside our office entrance, where there's supposed to be benches, is this, and we don't know where it came from or who did it. So we're now. But I got to tell you this: if people are this festive that probably weren't even supposed to do this, it's a shame our Christmas tree's not up. Our Christmas tree's not up, and it's a shame.
We need it up. I'll put it up today, Rick. I'll put the tree up today.
Adler, will you put the tree up today?
Yes.
Because 12 working days of Christmas are starting tomorrow. We can't do it without a tree.
I think someone from the golden ticket seats met, and this was the engagement, and somebody set this up.
Pass the gravy, please.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. As we make our way back, did you sleep pretty good last night? No? Toss and turn? Might be that you need a better mattress. And HelixSleep.com/Bubba may be the very answer that you are looking for. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. There's a very, very quick survey. The real Greg Burgess, his wife Lisa, they have a HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress. And the process is really quick. They'd like to know how you sleep. Do you sleep on your stomach, on your back, on your side? They'd like to know the firmness of the mattress that you prefer. A
What
soft
you like?
mattress, medium, so you like a hard mattress, and they've got 16 different styles. They even have mattresses for biggins.
No, large mattress.
Yeah, but for the big and tall. So if you are
You don't want your feet hanging off.
if you're a little bit large,
Never been a problem.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, you can talk to them about that too. Some people who are really tall, it's really uncomfortable. I've been in beds before where my feet hang over the end, and it's very uncomfortable.
Adler struggles with
Yeah, and
Every bed I get into.
right, I know how that is. Adler actually can be very comfortable on a large pillow. But anyway, anyway, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now. We'll save you a whopping $450. That's right. helixsleep.com/Bubba. If you don't like it inside 100 days, and we think you will, but if you don't like it, you get a full refund. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, so we continue to ask questions about the old pandemic. The old pandemic. So where did it come from? There's all sorts of theories. I don't think any of us really believe it came from the open food market in Wuhan, and that's
what we call the bat sandwich theory.
That's what we call the bat sandwich, and we ruled that one out when Xi actually walked around that very market wearing a cloth mask. We were like, I don't think they're all. The level of reverency they have for the emperor. I don't think they would have him tooling around a wet market that they thought launched a worldwide pandemic and waving at people who are looking out windows. I just don't think they would place him there.
Who's in apartments welded shut?
Right. So they're not going to put him there, so they know it didn't come from there. Where did it come from? Well, here's another, to me, logical theory.
Rick, Republican members on the House Intelligence Committee are alleging in a newly stated released report that there are indications that COVID-19 could be tied to China's biological weapons research program and spilled over to the general human population during an accident at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Mm-hmm.
The information was released in a minority staff report by members of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence on Wednesday night. They go on to say Wednesday's report released by House Republicans also alleged that its investigation reveals serious shortcomings with both the classified and declassified versions of the intelligence community's report, and states that the omissions likely skewed. Let's make that skewed. Well,
either works here.
Yeah, either one will fit in there.
Right.
Skewed the public's understanding of key issues and deepened mistrust on the issue. The American people are owed answers about the origins of COVID-19. Our report states that COVID-19 may have been tied to China's bioweapons research program and that the intelligence community withheld key information from the American public and the authorized elected officials, deepening public mistrust. Our findings show that the Chinese Communist Party bears more responsibility for COVID-19 pandemic than was publicly known or transparently communicated to the American people.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to. You weren't allowed to say that.
No, you couldn't even talk about it. You got took right off.
Remember,
How dare you?
Remember at one time Trump was a racist for cutting off all travel from China.
That's right, Rick. And you couldn't call it the Chinese virus.
No,
Rick, he was criticized by his political opponents, and then after the pandemic broke out, they were critical he didn't do it sooner.
Correct.
You can't have it both ways, guys. And you're on the record saying it both ways.
The reason why I think that this Wuhan Institute of Viruses and the study of viruses, I can't say that word,
Virology.
It's hard. I just say the Wuhan Institute of Virus Studies.
If you could say that, and I could say irrelevant.
Oh, good night. Here he goes again.
That's one word I'll never get right.
Adler, you want to try to get a win on the table? How do you say that word?
Virology.
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 Okay, I'm making it hard.
You got to say it like Scooby-Doo. Virology.
I'm making it. That's funny. I'm making it harder than it is.
Yeah, like virus.
Yeah, virology.
Virology.
Yeah.
So what is Fauci? A virologist?
Yes.
That's it.
I will say, and I'm going to give John Stewart credit.
Need a picture.
John Stewart gets the credit because he's the only first one I ever heard say it when he said, "Are we overthinking this? It's literally on the sign."
Yeah.
It is on the sign, and he's certainly not some right-wing conspiracy theorist. He said, but common sense tells you that it came out of Wuhan, and in Wuhan there's an institute of virology. Okay, so they study and manipulate viruses there, and that's what the pandemic was.
Yes.
So I'm going to say, as Jon Stewart, credit to him, it's on the sign. I mean, it's like I'm in one of these Pink Panther movies, and I'm the idiot that acts like, I think I'm a genius, but I'm really a goofball, and then I happen upon things.
Right.
I really think you got to start at the place that messes with viruses. And so whether it was for biological weapons or whether it was for gain of function or whatever's going on,
they're still playing with viruses there.
You got to go there. And then you have to say, which no one disputed, that we sent representatives over to it and they said, don't like the security here.
Yeah.
This doesn't look very secure. So couldn't it probably, don't you think likely that's where it came from? So you got Xi walking around the wet market with a cheap mask on. He ain't going to be there if he thinks that's where the virus was.
No. Right.
They know where it came from, and really we should too.
Rick, this is what I find strange about that. Adler, put the picture up again full screen for us on that. It has the writing in letters on a sign. They're kind of like wire letters up above the building. It's almost like that was added later. The actual Wuhan Institute of Virology, I can't say it now.
Virology.
Is in English.
I know.
Why would it be in English?
Well, look above it.
Well, look, it's Chinese
I know,
above it.
but it's like they added that later. See, it was already on there, so they had to add the wire sign that stood up above it.
See, I would have done the opposite. When everybody's trying to figure out where the virus came from, anything in English with the word virus in it, I would take down.
Yeah, I know. I don't get that. Why would you? Keep
on trying it, Scoop. I just think this feels it feels like we're overthinking this a little bit.
Yeah.
So
a lot,
or maybe a better word for that is covering our rear ends.
Covering our virology.
That's a bad sandwich. Nobody's responsible.
No.
And how dare you be angry with people in a wet market that don't have bunch?
Which, by the way, the wet market is still going.
Sure. And so
if it started that, don't you think they would have shut that down?
Yes. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And they got down on one knee and they asked somebody to marry them.
Why are you getting marriage out of this?
I just am.
Yeah.
It works. It works.
It does. I can see that.
I think it's somebody messing with us.
But what's the joke?
I'll say this. Let's get jolly. Fa la 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 needs to go on our tree.
Okay.
Fa la 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 la. That needs to go on our tree. He's got some pipes.
Oh, there's a nice echo in here, by the way.
There is.
Here, one more time, Greg.
Fa la 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 la.
Hey, I'm gonna skate in with the tree. I'm gonna skate in with the tree, and you guys yell, "Win awesome stuff from Rick and Bubba."
All right, we're what? Getting that voice.
I'm skating in with the tree. Win awesome stuff from Rick and Bubba.
Here we all yelling. Win awesome stuff.
Win awesome stuff.
Win awesome.
All right.
Win awesome stuff from Rick and Bubba. You can win it.
I'm gonna win awesome stuff. And I'm gonna plant the tree right here.
Never gonna get to that after it's planted or as you come in?
I'm gonna plant the tree, and then you guys say.
So say it right now.
Right now. 3, 2, 1.
Win awesome stuff from Rick and Bubba.
Help him out, guys. Let's do it.
Here, let him
out. There we go. There we go. That's good. We've done it.
Here, right here. Go this way with it.
Go that way.
There you go.
Here, make that
Watch
turn.
the top. There you go. That's good. We're helping you out.
Called the Christmas gauntlet.
Merry Christmas from Rick and Bubba. Ho, ho, ho. And the big guy.
Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming, and I know I'm going home. Snowflakes falling, my old heart's calling, tall pines are humming, 'cause Christmas time's a-coming. Can't you hear them bells ringing, ringing, joy to all, hear them singing, when it's snowing I'll be going back to my country home. Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming.
Hey guys.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good, very good. We want to say hi to everybody.
It's Santa.
Over here.
Santa's here.
I know him.
Y'all don't like Santa? Y'all mad at Santa?
Well, we don't. Santa had just showed up.
You remember when I told you that he reached out to Santa? Like months ago.
So, let me get this right. Does Santa have gold ticket seats? Is he going to sit in there as Santa? I really want to see that. He was just stopping by.
He don't stay long.
I was hoping he'd you could sit back there and just see him sitting in Santa.
I don't know why Gregg's all pissed off Santa showed up.
Well, you know why? Because he knows he ain't been good.
That's right.
He thought he had more time. He thought he had more time.
You got everything Logan told you got last year.
He's on the naughty
Hey, let me
list.
tell you, he's on the naughty list. Right
He's
here.
on the naughty list.
Naughty list. He stays on the naughty list. Been on it for years.
It's not something to be proud of, Gregg.
My kids think I'm on the naughty list, but there's still time.
Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming, Christmas time's a-coming, and I know I'm going home.
We thought we were going to trick Eddie Van Adler by sneaking his dad in today as a surprise singer on the birthday song and to get a few comments from Dad as we celebrate one of his sons today. But he busted you.
I was walking up the stairs, and there he is standing there in the back hallway.
Yeah,
with the
that's
camera.
right.
Yeah,
Nothing
yeah.
gets
Nicely
past
done.
me.
Nicely done.
Nothing gets past
Yeah.
me. Ain't nothing getting past me.
Good one.
But here's what you should have done:
What?
is say, "Oh, I'm just going to First Watch here to meet somebody."
Oh,
you
just
know?
like that. Talking
That's
just like
my
that.
impersonation of you.
That's how dads talk.
That's
Just
my
like that
dad's
right there.
You might want to learn it. You're about to be one. Yeah. Have you seen the cake yet, Dad?
I have not.
Look
That's
at this. Look at the cake that Edgar's Bakery they made.
It looks like him.
It does. Look at there. Junior
Happy
Ranger
birthday,
Adler
Chris.
reporting for duty April 2020.
My mother's side of the family was a bunch of carpenters. And, I was a black sheep of the family because I didn't build houses. But I remember as a kid them ranting and raving when they went from 12-inch centers to 16. I thought every house was going to cave in. They were so mad about that.
It's 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Gregg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Only ask for 5 hours
That's
each and every
all
day.
we need. Gift
That's
number
it.
number 11 gone. It's gone. That was the big DeWalt package today. Out of here. Tomorrow, the final gift in the 12 working days of Christmas. So join us tomorrow. The big year ender tomorrow. And we will finish 2022. We'll go on vacation. You'll get replays and best of shows. And then, Lord willing, we'll return on January the 4th. And that will be our 29th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show. A little show that just stepped onto the air in January of 1994. Two little fellas.
Now, how was that?
Two kind of big fellas, but
Slightly larger.
two chunky fellas went on the air and said, let's see if we can make something happen. The show actually came from a Friday promotion called Fat Chat. And we would do the show during the week.
Fat Chat.
Yeah, Bubba would do the show with me from time to time. He'd come in, be a character. We'd even play. The station would even make us play music on the show. And then we declared that on Fridays we were going to do Fat Chat because
went ahead and made that call.
A program director in Birmingham dogged and said we were too chatty. And we said, "I'll tell you what, we'll chat
you
all
ain't
day."
seen chatty.
And you know what? The people erupted because guess what happened? Everyone's musical taste disappeared.
That's right.
And from musical taste all over the board, people said, "But I kind of like these two
audience
chunky
just
fellas."
widened.
And the audience widened. By the way, Helmsy doing his impression of Mr. Rogers. But
Yes,
anyway,
he is.
but
It's a
anyway,
wonderful day in the neighborhood.
It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. A wonderful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my Helmsy? Won't you be my neighbor? So,
hello, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor.
Do you want to explain more than what you just did?
I went back there, and Helmsy and I were doing our normal thing, like all of us do on the team. We're shouting out things that don't make any sense because we just like to shout. And so all of a sudden he walks in and he's putting on a little casual wear, sits down in one of the golden ticket seats, and starts putting on tennis shoes. And I'm like, who is he, Mr. Rogers?
Something was going on with my right shoe. There was a little rubbage on my back heel, and it was just been bothering me all morning, and I hadn't had a chance to actually sit down. I've been pulling the sock up, thinking that, and I just gave up on that.
If Trolley would have pulled up beside
so I had
him,
to redo it.
You know what I'll say to you? Won't you please won't you be my neighbor? I know y'all talked about it in the kickoff hour. I don't think we ever talked about it on the big show, how that canopy got moved off your front porch.
You wouldn't believe it.
We didn't.
We never talked about that.
Couple chicks.
And I was going to get to this Morning Joe thing, but we'll do that next. So what happened? All right. So those of you who don't know, so Helmsy, somebody stole his wife's credit card. Is that what it was?
It's a check card.
Check card, and started buying stuff. But for some reason, the idiot still didn't change the address. You know, you can anytime you order something, Helmsy just helped me out with a big order, something we needed to send, and when it says where you want it shipped to, you put a different address.
Yeah.
But for some reason, these idiots had the stuff they were stealing shipped to your house.
Well, one of the ladies that picked it up, and I don't know what kind of truth there is to this, but she said a lot of times they will have it delivered to that house, then they'll go by and pick it
Porch
up.
pirate.
They'll time it. So
they wouldn't pick this up.
No.
So one of the things was a giant canopy that you set up, at a tailgating situation or in your backyard.
It's more like a
thing. It's a permanent thing.
Once you put it up, it's there.
It's like a patio.
Oh,
kind of
salty dog. It's crazy big.
And
it could have been a dragon shade.
Right. So you let the people know who. That's funny. You let the people know who delivered it. This is not mine. These thieves had it sent here, and I need somebody to remove it. And it was so heavy that you couldn't move it without help.
I could have drug it to the garage,
right?
But I would have broke it in the process.
Correct.
And so I didn't want to do that. I told them they had until today actually to pick it up, or I was doing something with it.
What if they show up today looking
and
for it?
So I guess it was around. Was it Tuesday?
Please don't miss how heavy this is, because that's what makes this next part fun.
So we even told them, we said, listen, no offense to women, okay, but you probably need to have some strong men come get this one when you have your moving company come out or whatever.
Right.
And so I just happened to be pulling down the driveway, and I see a lady walking down the steps, and I see the big truck with the big logo, and I thought, well, they're here to get it. Here we go.
It's on.
But there was a part of me, I saw another little package sitting there, and I thought, I wonder if she's just dropping off another package because it's Amanda's Christmas happy, and maybe they're just delivering. They don't have anything to do with it. So I didn't park in the garage and go up through that way. I wanted to interact. I said, ma'am, are you here for that package? She just kind of looked at me like, yes. Wow. And I said, I know.
Tried to tell y'all.
I said, she goes, let me go get my dolly. And I said, listen, I can help you with this. I said, there's no way you can take this up by yourself. I said, and I think it's too big for the dolly. It's going to be weird because it's so long and tall. She's like, we'll try. And I said, any chance you want to try to move the truck down the driveway? And it was slick. We'd had some rains and a couple of leaves. And she's like, nah, I don't want to do that. I said, all right. Well, then this other lady, it's like an angel appeared. I didn't know she was with her.
Angel appeared.
Hey, honey. What's the chances of you bringing that truck around? We'll load it up on the truck. You can drive it up the driveway. We can back it right up to our truck. We'll just slide it on in. And I looked, and I'm like,
good idea.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay.
Didn't know you were a part of it.
Right.
Now, is her name Dolly?
No.
That's who she was referring
That's
to.
good, by the way. Really good.
Man, you're on fire.
See, I told you we could use Dolly.
Yeah. So I got on one end. Those two women got on the other end. Hey, they dropped it. By the way, between from us in the truck, it was probably 50 feet, 60 feet, and they dropped it in the process. It had rained so much on it, the half that was sticking out, that the cardboard was rotten, so pieces are falling out of it.
Oh, my goodness.
Just a mess.
You can't even have
So if you've been to my home, we have this incline that's ridiculous on the driveway. I had to get ratchet straps and strap it in the back of the truck. Otherwise, it would have just come out of the back of the truck. Come up the hill. Look, if you've ever been to my house, too, there's a bad curve that comes down. People go too fast.
Oh, sure they do.
They're on the other side of the road, which makes this worse.
No.
So I backed right up to it, and I was probably like 6 feet from the truck, and I couldn't see my camera anymore because the tailgate was down.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
And she said, no, come on back. We're gonna put them right bumper to bumper.
You got all day.
And so we literally, at one point, I was standing in one of the delivery trucks. Thought I was working with them.
Well, it sounds like
they didn't know how to work the ratchet straps, which I thought that was a little weird. Of course, they don't deal with pickup trucks, I don't guess. But we got it in the back, and all is better. But I didn't know that was going to be the next 30 minutes of my day when I pulled up. I know that.
Wow.
And they were very thankful, and I was very thankful, and it all worked out.
What if they show up today to get it, and those two women were the people that stole it?
That's what I was thinking. What if they were the crooks?
Dressed as FedEx.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The FedEx truck was a sure enough good one.
Okay.
So I don't think it was. I thought about that.
They stole it.
I'm just kidding. What if they went that far with it?
Sent a couple of chicks over. Yeah, a couple of chicks over there and try to get a big.
And look, nothing. Look, they were sweet as can be. They were working hard,
of course.
But people
she had a
don't
good
listen.
idea.
She did have. Dolly had a really good idea.
And you told them, look, when that first woman walked up, I bet you had you fought everything in your being to say, look, there's two things you can't do today: get that package in that truck, and TT standing up. You just aren't built for this.
They were. They were not.
Well, Greg, some things it's just not gonna happen.
It ain't gonna happen.
But hey, physically can't happen. You're right.
Hey, what a day. We got it off. Out of the way. Thank goodness.
Done.
Amanda was inside working. She had no idea because I didn't open the garage door or anything. Never came in. She had no idea this was going on at all.
Well, it's gone now. How about criminals? They'll cause you a hassle, won't they?
They will. They will.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Love your Christmas sweater. Is somebody with you?
Yes,
There
they are.
There they come. Did y'all get a bathroom pass, or did y'all just go out rogue?
Have you seen this story where the reporter is out doing a live shot from a marathon?
Oh, yeah.
And one of the guys running by slaps her on the behind.
She doesn't know what.
And while she's live on the air, and it turns out it's a youth minister.
Oh, did they finally identify?
What?
It's very exciting. It's very exciting.
Obviously, it catches her off guard, and you see her reaction to it. And no one should have to put up with that. I understand that. That's why I'm laughing. I can't believe this guy did that.
Especially when the plot thickens.
So,
how you can't even have a youth pastor don't slap booties?
Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming. And I know I'm going home.
It is. If you're serious about your TV, this is a critical component.
Deborah Grant, Pell City, Alabama, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. You did it! You're the winner!
Hey, I got great news for you, Greg. She's coming by to get this. She's from Pell City.
Oh, good. She's coming by. Because Black Mike don't work over there anymore, and he was awesome.
We can't use that.
He can't use that.
Why can't he be just Mike?
He's going to have to be Mike.
Well, Mike's not working there, and it's not going to go smooth. I can
What about
tell.
the glacier?
Don't get the glacier.
Is the glacier still there?
She's a sweet lady, but during this time of year, they need to give her something else to do.
And why?
She is
Why do you call her?
She moves like a glacier.
Yeah.
You got to put a plumb bob on her just to see if she's moving.
Rick, a caller just called, said, tell Rick he has gout.
I don't have gout. I don't have gout. I'm not anybody's pawpaw yet. Greg may have gout, but I don't have gout. I don't have gout. It may likely be that I have a foot that was broke across here and all the ligaments exploded on this side. And over time, a bone spur has gotten up there about the size of Mount Everest. And if I step on unstable anything, my foot flops over. It could be that. I'm thinking that either some shoes that I don't need to wear or something's got something back in here not where it's supposed to be. It's not gout. Okay, man, this is a big football injury from back in '82.
Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming. Christmas time's a coming.
So, say whatever you want to say, but say, a lot of people don't know this, but, and then say whatever you want to say.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but flamingos bend at the ankles, not the knees. A lot of people don't know that.
You know, a lot of people don't know that if Ohio State, the Buckeyes, win the college football playoff, there will be only 3 teams that have won the college football playoff. Alabama, 1-2, Clemson, 1-2, and if Ohio State wins, that'll be 2 for them.
A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people don't know this, but
It's not a lot of people don't know this, but it's a lot of people don't know this, but.
hang on, I'm trying to think of something. A lot of people don't know this, but if you go to an event like a ball game or a concert and you walk through the gate backwards, they don't see you. You get in free. A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people don't know this, but the earth is not flat. A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people don't know that Speedy is quite the seamstress. A lot of people don't know that.
Okay, I'm going to give you a Christmas. A lot of people don't know this. It's a Wonderful Life, classic Christmas movie. George Bailey is about to jump off the bridge into the water. Did you know that James Stewart, if you look at Jimmy Stewart, while he's playing George Bailey, he is profusely sweating. Do you know why? Because it was in the middle of the summer. It was blazing hot, and he had to wear that big coat because they wanted to look like he was jumping into cold water, but they didn't want him to actually have to jump into cold water. So he's burning up in the movie. Catch it next time you watch it. A lot of people don't know that.
All
right, everybody, ho, ho, ho!
Ho, ho, ho! Hey!
This ought to be the biggest wake-up call ever.
Oh, my. So I'm bigger than Santa Claus. Y'all, Bubba's bigger than Santa Claus.
Bubba's bigger than...
So Bubba's stomach's bigger than Santa.
Hey, ain't even close.
Christmas time's coming. Christmas time's coming. Christmas time's coming. And I know I'm going.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Yeah, it's all right, now I'm going to go ahead and tell you that these legendary videos, and we all like it because we're men, and for some reason, when men are born as little baby boys, I think it's just a gift that's given to each male, and that is this. I don't understand why people don't think it's funny, but all men think breaking wind is funny. And
not me, Rick.
And of course, I took on the thing for men everywhere with my wife that men have thanked me for everywhere I went. Is when my wife did what a lot of women do. I don't understand why y'all think this is so funny. To which I replied, no, we're not the weird ones. Why don't you think it's funny?
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like that time that Bubba and I made that stand for ribs for breakfast.
Yeah.
Where did this rule come from?
Boy,
but
I miss those ribs.
It's not why are we eating ribs for breakfast? Why aren't you?
Yeah.
See, we should have just said we identify this meal as dinner.
Right. That was before we were allowed to do all that.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
we can pretty much do
that
what we
I guess
want to
because
do.
we thought it was stupid.
You're right. Now I guess that's what we'll do.
Someone assigned it breakfast food at birth.
All right. So here we go. There's a claim that someone may have broke large wind.
Okay, that guy looks like it was probably him.
On Morning Joe. So this is Joe Scarborough. And now some people are making fun that they hate DeSantis so bad that they're literally crapping their pants. But every time we go down the road with these videos, it always turns out to be. It's like Bigfoot.
like
it
a
always
sound.
turns out to be explainable.
I know it. You are all over that.
I want
right?
everybody to be real
Lost
quiet.
a weather balloon.
And I feel like there's two in there, but there might be just one.
Okay, here we go.
Just what do y'all think?
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis, and it's being viewed as a threat by Trump supporters.
Every single male. Stop it. Stop it.
You see that there was
every
two, wasn't it?
single
There
male.
was two.
Listen, every
better
single.
than I thought,
I don't know what else it could be.
I was in a position where I could see 4 of the 6 men in here. Okay.
Well, Rick, it had perfect tone. So it was one of those. If it was like something that was like you couldn't really hear.
I watched the 4 of you, Bubba, Greg, Helms, and Adel, y'all all in a perfect line for me. Every single one of y'all could not keep from laughing. As soon as y'all heard,
I even tried to make a point because we were.
To not laugh.
it's hard to laugh at this. It's part of being a man.
Let's hear it again.
Because it was worse than I thought it was going to be.
It was. And there are two, by the way.
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis, and it's being viewed as a threat by Trump supporters, Trump backers, Trump advisors.
Look, he's got Bubba down.
How did you cue it
The
up?
only thing that makes me think it may be fake was the timing. It was right in between words.
Yeah, right.
You could hear it perfect.
And look, if
And
it
then when he
slipped,
says Trump, you hear it again.
but my point is that if it was slipping, no way you let it slip a second time. You might get that first one.
Well, but he might
More
have it
louder
again.
than I thought. One of
Let's hear it
those.
again.
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis, and it's being viewed as a threat with Ron DeSantis, and being filled with Ron DeSantis.
On the loop, it's even funnier.
And that guy, the way he looked, couldn't help.
Oh gosh, yeah, we may have seen Bigfoot. It may have finally happened. This may be.
It's off mic though. I don't know that it's him. It must be somebody else.
Well, somebody thought that they were clear to let a little pressure off. Is what if it's real. If it's real.
Well, look, if you're a host and you're stuck on the air and you having something happen, you got I gotta make it to the break.
Oh, thought that was going to be silent.
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis, and it's being viewed as a threat by Trump supporters, Trump backers, Trump advisors.
That's that single one you gotta have. Because what you're doing, you're clearing the way for what you need to do next. And you realize I need to clear a little. The first one, you just, it's like, let's go ahead and open this up. Let's open
Don't shut it off. Now get the rest of it.
But listen to what he's saying when it happens. What he's saying when it happens is what's making it funny.
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis,
Space
and it's
now
being
being
viewed as a
filled.
threat by Trump supporters, Trump.
What about that? That's that little short tweeter right there.
Little finisher.
Look at Andrew's crying, Bubba's crying, I'm crying.
That's incredible.
Oh my gosh, why do we love that so much?
It's real to me, damn it.
You're over your cussing limit, girl.
Greg, so much time left.
Oh,
my
it's
goodness.
real to me.
It is real. Oh my
you
goodness.
said you were done.
Yeah. I mean,
In the
did.
kickoff hour. He cussed in the kickoff hour and claimed he was done.
He
Which
also-
of course, we only got one
That was
show.
not a cuss
What
word.
He
was
also
funny,
said
Rick?
he was going to save a bag of peanuts for the big year ender. I ain't going to have them either.
Rick, he
boy,
said he was
good.
done for the rest of the year. He acted like that's a big feat. We got one day left.
But I was just quoting the wrestling guy.
No,
That's
li-
different.
listen,
There wasn't emotion.
let's
There was
hear it
no
again.
emotion tied to it.
Listen, I laughed so
with
hard.
Ron DeSantis.
I'm just quoting the wrestling guy. It's different.
Play it again, Adam.
Man, I'm out of.
Yeah, we got to hear this at least 2 more times.
Appears to be being filled with filled with Ron DeSantis, filled with Ron DeSantis.
Okay. All right. My head hurts.
No, when I heard that today on the kickoff hour, come back again, Greg said something. He said, well, look, I'm done for the rest of the year. And I'm like, there's just one more day.
There's one day left.
Well, Rick,
And
but it's a long
He didn't even
day.
make that.
He didn't even make it.
That doesn't count when you're quoting someone else.
Everybody knows that, Greg.
It wasn't my thought.
It wasn't my thought.
Gosh, that's good.
Oh, y'all.
We have that in this.
So, do we think it's real, guys? No, not probably.
I don't think it is, but in my mind, I'm gonna let it be.
Gosh. I've got
the timing is perfect.
Do you think
it's well done?
The second one makes me think
if it's
up.
manufactured or if it's real.
Is it
well
accidentally manufactured or like a chair? Or,
All right,
or you know what I'm saying?
The question before us right now.
Or did they say I'm gonna make a fart noise here?
There's three answers. Number one is straight up real, which is preferred.
Yeah, we're going with that one.
Number two, it's dropped into the video on post production.
Now that happens too.
Okay, and then number three, it was just a natural occurrence. Somebody's chair, cushion, or something sounded like one.
Squeak,
I blamed my chair in middle school too, guys. Okay?
Yeah,
Who didn't do that? And you tried to make it recreate it, and you couldn't. Oh, it's in my chair.
I don't know.
Look at his face right here, though. It looks like it's him.
I don't know who designed those chairs that we had in high school.
Oh man.
With the plastic bottom and back, and the way they were. It's almost
and
like
they were slanted just right.
They were acoustically designed to amplify somebody barking off.
No, it looked.
And I mean, it would absolutely. It just.
It'd take a 3 to a 5.
Oh, easy, easy.
Oh, you would. It's like you say you walked up to like Cape Canaveral, okay, and you never seen it before. You'd go over and go, I bet that's for launching rockets.
Right.
Yeah, when you saw those chairs, you're like,
oh boy,
man, this is for launching wind. It's like an amphitheater.
Anytime we had to go to like some meeting or an event or some kind of class on something, and they put us in one of those with those chairs. When I saw them, I thought, oh my gosh, what have they done?
It's like somebody built an amphitheater for butts. You know what I mean? It was like
you about to get him down, Rick.
It's acoustically perfect.
He's gone. And there goes Bubba.
Bring in the choir. We have a perfect setup.
The sound is just perfect.
No, we can take you from an average to a full blown. Shut the class down.
Wow.
Y'all want it one more time?
Yeah,
of course.
Well, that space now appears to be being filled with Ron DeSantis, and it's being viewed as a threat by Trump supporters.
Your phone calls are next. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ain't even close.
Christmas time's coming. Christmas time's coming. Christmas time's coming. And I know I'm going home.
Are you gonna do it? Speaking on the air?
Is he setting it up or playing right now?
I feel like he's pretending to set it up.
Have you noticed everybody that sets it up for a long time?
All right, so just look around for a minute. Just kind of look around and gander for a minute.
Man, I wish I had this house.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to punch Adler. I know he's around.
It's totally sweet.
Okay, so you got Creed.
Let me get the Star Wars going for you.
Yeah, here you go.
Because it's amazing.
That is so cool. Hey, Adler, I knew what you were doing to me the whole time.
That is pretty cool. Look at the stars.
You want a box?
I want a box.
Hey, Greg. Uh-oh, look out. Hold on, let me Greg.
This is what Jesus looks like when he fights the devil right here.
Speedy, Greg.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Adler now boxing.
That is amazing.
I told you the time that guy was like talking to me about cardio, and he's like, "Well, if you want to do some boxing," and he had like he had just the pads.
Oh,
and he said throw combinations. I said okay, and so we did the bag too. But he said, "All right, I just want to give you an idea of what these guys go through." And I was like, okay. So he started throwing combinations, he would do this, though. He call them out, I throw them, call them out, I throw them, and all of a sudden he stopped. He said, "How long do you think you've been going?" I said, "Gosh, at least 90 seconds." He said, "You've been going for 30 seconds." And he said, "Now picture somebody hitting you back."
Picture the shape.
And I'm like,
the shape they have to be
oh my
in
goodness.
is unreal.
There's a big UFC fight this weekend. There's five-minute rounds. They're gonna fight for 25 minutes.
5 rounds?
Look who's back.
Hi.
Back again.
Hey,
Hi.
it's Juju.
How are you?
She's my favorite former intern.
Hey.
You need me to test you?
Yeah.
Intermittent fasting.
You're really doing intermittent fasting, Greg?
Well, only reason, first of all, I don't know if it's going to do any good, but the point is, the way the schedule we work, it works for me. Because I eat early and I go to bed early.
So what are the rules? What are you doing?
16 hours, no eating, and then I got an 8-hour window to eat.
And that's every day. 16-8.
I just started.
16 off, 8 on.
Yeah. So I don't eat between then I'm asleep, and then I get here and I just wait till, because when I get here I'm already 12 hours or so in, and I just wait. Now, this has only been going on for like 3 days, so it's not.
I intermediate fast every day between breakfast and lunch and supper.
For a while, I did the 12-hour thing, just 12 on, 12 off, meaning I would stop eating at 7 p.m. and I'd start eating at
It's
7.
making me hungry. Y'all hungry?
Oh, yeah. How'd you like that, Adam?
And it really did. I noticed an uptick in my metabolism. Seriously, for real. It worked.
Yeah, we'll see. As I eat this breakfast.
Great. You're kind of negating it, I think.
Yeah, but Sam.
Is that round 2 for you?
No.
Greg, I think it.
Where all 10 lines are open now. 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you about what's on your mind. Make a comment, ask a question, bring some information. So fire them in here, and we'll chat with you. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is just comments, questions, and information. Reaction, whatever the case may be. Bring it in here. We only have today and tomorrow. Then we're not going to be chatting for over 2 weeks. So we want to talk to you. 866 We Be Big. Enjoy some time with you. Now, while you're doing that, I do want to point you to Relief Factor. Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com. For $19.95, you can get a 3-week supply of these 4 botanicals that work, for your body's. We have a natural inflammatory response. All of these botanicals on their own have been researched to help. So Relief Factor decided when they were studying the aging process, why don't we put them all together and see how they work together? And the result has been Relief Factor. And people all over the country sending us emails like this one out of Louisville, Kentucky from Heidi. Said, I began taking Relief Factor after hearing y'all talk about it as I was seeking a last-ditch effort before having a knee replacement. My knee has been deteriorating for many years and is now bone on bone. After the 3rd day of taking the product, the pain and swelling began decreasing. About a week later, I did my regular 1 p.m. ibuprofen, but now almost 7 weeks later, I'm not taking any additional pain pills. I started with 3 doses of Relief Factor a day, and you need to do that if you have something specific that's bothering you. About a week and a half later, I dropped down to twice daily, which is the normal maintenance. And I hadn't even been able to take stairs normally since sometime in 2019. Now I'm going up and down a moderate flight of stairs normally, and I love the product. And he says it's I think it hopefully will work for other people like it has me. So Heidi, thank you for that. Go to ReliefFactor.com right now. The majority of people that get that 3-week quick starter pack, they order more, including yours truly. Do it now at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. 30 seconds, 1017, Scottsboro, Alabama. Tom standing by. Tom, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate what you guys stand for, but I had to pull over when you got talking about the parts. I was crying.
Yeah.
My boys, my two boys when they were young, if they'd hear that word part or a part, they were crying. They thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
Such a great father-son thing.
You know, I had that with my son when he was just like 1 year old. He had a little diaper rattler.
Sure.
And he got to laughing and looking at me, and I got to laughing. And I mean, it was just, I don't know why. We just
It's a
knew.
natural response.
We knew internally that it was funny for
Something
some
funny
reason.
about it.
And it's not. I mean,
couldn't even talk yet,
I
and you knew it was
understand
funny.
that there's some circles that doesn't need
No,
to be
there's
discussed
appropriate
in,
times
like
to
maybe
bring
on
one.
the radio show.
Sure.
But, you know, it's it's a God design.
Right.
I mean, he knows. You know, he knows that happens. It's okay.
Yeah, ask your dad, your uncle, or your grandfather to pull your finger. Don't ask your mom or your grandmother
or your
aunt.
maybe,
Yeah.
unless she's really, really hip to the groove.
Yeah, Rodney's in Georgia. Rodney, go ahead. 30 seconds. Rodney.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. That last thing was hilarious. Y'all are a danger to society. I was trying to drive down the road and crying. Laughing.
I know.
That was hilarious.
Thank you. I mean, you get caught up in everybody's laughter. I was at about a 5, and then I could see Bubba, and he was pushing me to like a 7.
Well, I was going to try to hold it at a 3, and it got away from me. So.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Happy hunting to you gentlemen this weekend.
Thank
but
you.
I know how you can tell if that toot on the show was real. You simply get with the National Geological Society close enough and see if there was a tremor registered.
Yeah, that's right. There's ways of testing that. We can look at the sound wave and tell if it's real or not.
Let's go to Illini calling out of Illinois. Illini, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, enjoy your show. You guys have a good combination on there and listen to it every day.
Thank you.
Just by chance, I found your show about 5 years ago. Rush Limbaugh was on. Our power went out for our local station. I flipped around the channels, caught you on another station I'd never heard of. Next morning, I turned on the radio when you guys were just going to break, had your music playing. I know it was around the climate thing, and Greg said that CPAC conference or whatever they had, are we going to cover that story? And Bubba said, did they fly their jets out there again? And you said yes. And well, we may cover that, we may not. And I just thought that was interesting, and been following you since. And enjoy.
Well, thank you.
You probably, like most people, it sounds like you had the same experience. You're listening to it going, they're not really doing this the way I think it's supposed to be done, and I don't know why I'm intrigued by that, but I got to see where this goes.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching a car wreck on the highway when you go by on one-lane traffic. You just have to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad
Rubberneck. But we have a bunch of radio shows in our area, but I've never listened to morning shows, evening drives, or so forth. So it's just unique. I listen to you, but other than that, you guys have a good perspective. And one thing I would add, you have a good combination, like a good starting 5 in basketball for your 5 there, but you need some extra points coming in. You can always put Speedy in.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's a good team.
I apologize for that. I meant Adler coming in from the.
Yeah.
Coming in to add some things to it.
Sure. We got a good starting 5. We got a great 6-man. We got it all. So thanks. I appreciate
we count
that.
on the bench coming in to score.
He puts together a great podcast. So
thanks.
You guys might have to find some NFL money for him next year.
Thank you very much. If we had some, we certainly would. Thank you. I appreciate that. 866 We Be Big. Always interesting to hear those stories. It really is. Limbaugh to the Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah.
You know
How about
just.
that?
Let's go to D in Tuscaloosa. D, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
D.
First of all, Merry Christmas, guys. I hope y'all have a great one.
Hey, D.
D.
And hey, Bub, I would like to thank y'all from the bottom of my heart for keeping windage funny.
Yeah, it is.
And y'all are absolutely right. The old balsa wood desk with where you kept the books on it, nothing but an amplifier, sir.
Oh, it was like having a speaker.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
bullhorn.
fantastic. We go to Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I want to know what y'all guys think. What is it about fart sounds that's so hilarious?
It made you laugh to even think about it.
Yeah.
You got to think
I think it's just
It's like
something that's built
when I
in.
when I farted in front of my girlfriend the first time and she laughed her tail off, I knew she was the one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely.
All right,
This conversation's getting out of hand.
I think it was. There's something about that sound. I mean, yeah, just. I mean,
Rick,
what
are you doing?
No,
I'm trying to understand it.
I think the frequency of it is resonant
It's in the funny
with
frequency.
part of our brain that laughs, and it just gets in there and makes it happen. You know.
And I think deep down, even though I understand secondhand embarrassment, and actually tortured my other friend yesterday who has it worse than Speedy with things he literally would not watch, but I think the social awkwardness of it owns us. It's like it's so inappropriate, and you don't want it to happen in certain situations because it's such a private thing that when it goes public. There's just something funny about that because it's so.
It's like it escaped.
Yeah, right. Especially if it gets away from somebody. Yeah. Now we have people who do it on purpose, but we continue. Memphis, Tennessee. Bryant standing by. Bryant, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, I just moved back to Memphis, Tennessee. I came from Memphis, and I remember when I got down to Alabama. I found you guys. I was so grateful. You guys kept me sane during 2020. And when I got back to Memphis, I'm a pastor, just got back up to Memphis, and I have never been so thankful for TuneIn Radio as I am right now.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, you're too kind. Too kind.
Would you like to know what the excuse was when a station in Memphis took us off the air? Are you ready for this one?
Oh, I remember it.
Yeah, we were too rednecky.
Y'all were too redneck.
For Memphis. When you're too redneck for Memphis.
Let me just tell you something. Go ahead.
No, I was just making that point. Yeah. Go ahead with yours.
No, I was just saying for Memphis Memphis has its rednecks. I've seen them since I've been here.
You ever been to Graceland?
Yeah, just go to Graceland. I mean, you don't have to go any further. I mean,
no, that's right.
We're not any more redneck than Elvis. I promise you. Yeah, Brian, thanks, man. I'm glad. That's why we like TuneIn. We like Podcast Archives. We like the YouTube channel because it gets frustrating when standing between us and you is some radio goob, and we're at the mercy of how they're feeling or who just got hired this Tuesday. And we've had some loyal stations that have been so good to us, and they remain, and we are so thankful for them. But it's good to know that if somebody decides to go rogue and they decide that we don't belong, you still have ways to find us anyway.
Yeah, look,
let you decide.
Not everybody's going to love the show. We got that,
no.
but it should be your decision, not somebody in the middle.
Right?
You know, and that's unfortunate in a lot of cases.
It is. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour, and I will say this: there are a lot of stations that carry the show that just simply love all of you. They don't like the show. They desire to pull it, but because of you, they don't. And we appreciate that, too. Then there's those that encourage us and understand what we do and why we do it. And we're thankful for all of them. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please go get Jim, the crazy sign man. He's outside, and put this on him.
Yeah, let's put Jim in that.
And have him box.
Jim, there's Jim, the crazy sign
Y'all do
man.
realize Jim can see us talking about him. Hey,
So
Jim.
he's in
Good
a
to see
box.
you.
Jim wants a virtual Scrabble match.
Hey, Jim. You want to try this virtual reality?
Sure.
What do you think, Jim?
I see a large room. I see I can walk off the edge of this room over here.
See what you're doing, Jim?
Yeah.
Get him, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, I dropped
Jim, they're
it.
shooting at you.
I dropped it.
Do you see the little resume button?
Look up, Jim.
In here.
Oh, resume.
He's big, ain't he?
He's up ahead. He's up above me.
Punch him, Jim. Punch him.
Are you punching him, Jim?
Punch him, Jim.
Yeah. Rabbit punch.
Punch him in the.
Oh wow.
What are you looking at, Greg?
Some dude swimming at me.
I bet there's one where you can get out there and be in Saturday Night Live on the dance floor dancing.
Oh, yeah.
The music all around.
It gotta be. Or live in concert on stage.
Oh, you know it is. How about you're singing with AC/DC?
Oh,
at
yeah.
Nottingham.
That'd be awesome. And the crowd's hopping.
Mm-hmm.
Or what if you're like swimming with dolphins? You know, you're like. What would be if you could have any virtual reality game? What kind of game what would you do? What would you make?
I think I'd stay in the football world where I could be, the quarterback and actually call the plays, and I think they have that already.
If the Oculus could do something virtual for me, because this way no one gets harmed, but I have therapy. I wish they would invent a game where you're stuck in traffic, or people keep pulling out in front of you, and you can destroy them with weapons. You could literally move people out of traffic that don't know how to drive. Somebody pulls out in front of you. If you honk your horn, a laser goes into the car. Something like that.
Hey, here's one. Speedy could be starting a film, and it was virtual.
Who laughs at that?
What are y'all doing?
If a noted surveying group, polling group, came out with a study today that said the majority of people who have come into the country illegally are now registering to vote Republican, Nancy Pelosi would get on the first bus going to the Mexican border and start putting wood fencing up herself. This is all about politics. It's nothing about anything else. We know that. A lot of them are there playing a game. It's sadly on both sides of the aisle. It's all about getting reelected. That's the game. And they have a base they play to instead of actually doing what we send them there to do.
All right, so we've got kind of veteran intern Chad, aka Hash Brown Hero here, and we got kind of newer intern Osama Big Noggin here. This is a tough work environment to work in, but you're getting used to it, you're getting better. We wanted to give you a few tips to help you survive. Do you know what a wet willy is?
Yes.
Okay, good. Do
you know what a wedgie is? Yes. Okay.
Okay, good. Do you know what a swirly is?
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
Okay, you don't want to know what a swirly is.
Is that like a toilet thing?
It is.
Okay, never mind, I know.
Okay, good. Be on the lookout for all these things.
Okay.
If Greg asks you, do you want a Hertz donut? Do not take it.
If Adler ever tries to get you to ride a skateboard, don't do it.
Don't do that. If I ever ask you to ride on a skateboard, electronic skateboard, do not fall for that trick.
What's a Hertz donut?
Don't ever ask that.
Okay.
Don't ever ask that.
Look, Rick, I'm passing it over.
Everyone up to this point is in the mail. They probably already got them.
Hey, look who this. What's up, man?
What's up?
Rocking that beard, $100, looking sharp.
He doesn't like it. Well, you need to keep it trimmed and not, be halfway to Duck Dynasty.
See, look, just like to help your dad out. See, look right here. So you got to keep this cleaned up down here. You're doing a pretty good job with that.
Look at that.
Keep it good and neat. Keep it right there. But there's power in a beard.
Hunter Bussy. Hey, what if Greg really wasn't mailing these out and he was like, we found him on his Facebook Marketplace or something?
Rick's got a dog named
You're
Buddy.
profiting from
And
this?
my dog Buddy's birthday is today.
So my buddy's a popular dog name.
He is. My
Because I saw that, and there was an article, and it is one of the top dog names. I'm gonna beat y'all.
We didn't name him.
Now, same way. Mine, the guy, I didn't name him.
Come here, come here. Let me see something.
How about, have you ever been hit across the top of the head with an Apple Watch?
Come here, I want to show you something on the Apple Watch.
Hey,
No,
buddy,
seriously, I want to
stop
show
it.
you something. Oh, it's awesome.
I don't know what sponsors I'll show you in it.
Greg, I got a question for you, Greg.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Wrapping up the live show, and tomorrow the big year-ender. For some of you, still got some more Rick and Bubba left, no matter how some of you get the content different ways. But as far as the live show, it's about to wrap up for Day 11 in the 12 working days of Christmas is behind us. Tomorrow, the final gift and the final show of 2022. Now, before we go, some other things to run down, and I know you sent this to Adler. So we're getting into this world now of all these different things that you can do. You know, we found out, we had William Hung do some stuff for Bubba. We found out that you can pay celebrities now to do greetings and to do stuff and messages. But also, you know, you've heard this thing before. It's a sad situation, but, you know, this child or this person is terminally ill and they're trying to, you know, get this many bumper stickers or these kind of things.
Business cards
and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, you can get in there and try to help as best you can. And when you have, you know, someone, especially a child that doesn't have much longer on this earth and they're wanting something to happen before they pass, I mean, it's kind of hard to not get him. You know, you do your best to try to get involved in that. But Johnny Depp looks like he is trying to help. Do you know the backstory on this? You were sharing me the basic story.
Well, he's a big fan of Captain Jack Sparrow.
The child is.
Yeah. And so Johnny Depp went into character to send him a little message, and the young man who's 11 is trying to get up to 100,000 followers on his social media so he can get a special silver play button or whatever they hand out. But anyway, Johnny Depp comes in, and I'm sure this will help get him over the top. But we hadn't seen Johnny as Captain Jack in a while, so I thought it was kind of funny.
And he's freelancing for the kid.
To hear him talk about this new technology.
Yeah, so
pretty funny.
Right. Then, so, Captain Corey, Terrence, well, they missed out on this. Meant to say it, forgot to say it, didn't say it. Gonna say it now. Saying it, I'll say it. I hear tell of something they speak about in the ages of now called the YouTube channel, which I don't understand, but why not? And I understand that you're quite the YouTube channel man, or you shall be, and all that YouTubeness to be. So, what I'm saying is, I shall be glad to follow your YouTube channel, and I shall tell all my friends to follow your YouTube channel, and that, I think, will make for a wonderful entertainment expertise, momentary lapse of togetherness all together in one space, but far apart. But then, at the same time, very close, curious, enduring, and strange, however.
Mm-hmm.
I shall be there watching every moment and watching moments with you, momenting and tubing you.
That's not even a good Jack Sparrow.
Tubing you, YouTubing. I wish you the best of luck. I'm your number one fan, Captain Corey. All respect and love, mate.
That's not even a good
I've got
Jack Sparrow. That's not a good Jack Sparrow.
It's like
I know he's the guy that played him, but that's not a good one.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what? It made me hope that he does come back as Captain Jack. I thought it was pretty good.
I tell you what,
version.
it felt like to me is Keith Richards had done something for the kid,
Yeah.
which I
he
know
based
that
the character
he
on,
based the
but
character
still,
on.
let's just call it he was drunk, basically.
No,
Yeah.
Well, he sounded like, he really wasn't. But
he really was.
But Jack Sparrow actually.
He always talks in circles.
That was not a good
was
Jack Sparrow.
I thought it was good, Greg.
Yeah.
Sorry you didn't like it.
That wasn't a good one.
Yeah, you're saying that. One thing Bubba said, he is having to freelance without a script, and I guess when you were trying to stay in the same voice and do all that. But how about this? His celebrity and putting on the costume and attempting it will help this kid a lot.
Yeah,
you know, it should accomplish what he.
And it really makes me hope they do another Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right? Do you think they can forgive all that now and do that?
Yeah, he's cleared.
Yeah. So
but he said he wasn't going to work with them anymore.
Yeah, that was still they offered him $30 million.
Yeah, of course he's going to run out of money because remember his accountant said he done spent all his money.
Right, he does need to work on the spending.
I'm sure he blows through it.
Got to work on that spending a little bit. So some other things that we have that we did not get to today. I think we have time for this because it's three of them. Have you seen that in California where they started this reparations hearings
and now they have black Americans that are standing up and saying, "Here's how much we think we should be paid."
Well, you know, the governor started that.
I know,
by saying that he was proposing $200,000 for everyone who could, trace their heritage to someone who was interned in slavery. And now, but the number has jumped, by the way.
I bet it has.
As they have come to the microphone.
So here are some of those clips.
Tangibles of what I'm asking for is $350,000 per Black American in California that's eligible. Small business grant, $250,000, and land 15 to 20 acres. Thank you.
Okay, fine, sure. Thank you. What is this?
You know, based on the projected numbers for this would be over. I think it was, if I read it right, $5 billion.
Well, who decides who gets it?
Which is more than the state budget for a year for California. Not to mention, I don't know if they have enough land to give all that out. But anyway.
So here's another one.
I came all the way from Texas to tell you that Texas is watching each and every one of you. We're watching to see what you're going to do for Black Americans, not African Americans, but Black Americans who built this country, who is owed reparations. And I just want you to know, Texas is watching you, particularly Houston and Dallas. We're watching you. We have been doing pull-ups all over the country, demanding our reparations, and we are watching you to make sure that you are doing reparations for lineage-based Black Americans. Lineage-based reparations. Thank you.
There's another one, Adler. Do you have the one?
Yeah,
that was demanding
we're running out of time a little bit here.
It's pretty quick.
It's
elements are not addressed. I believe that if there's any housing compensation, it should be in recommendation and the medium house price in the state of California, which is at least $830,000. I'll land. Thank you.
Wow. So now, because now who are these people that are getting to talk? Why are they allowed to
This
talk?
is a public hearing. They're taking comments on all of it.
Yeah. Well, again, it's an odd thing, and to have people who never were slaves demanding reparations from people who never owned slaves. That's I don't know how you put all that together. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.